Hello. Good. How you doing?
Are you going tomorrow? You can meet my neighbor, Dr. Will. He's past president of the Orange County Medical Association. He now serves as the previous president. But when he told me, he goes, "Yeah, I'm no longer president." I go, "I'm kind of happy." That was a major lobbying, major everything.
Oh yeah. Never in. Oh, there you go. Look at that. Yeah, I went to it. She had this one last year here before.
Well, I went to the one.
Same place.
Yeah, she's had one since then too, because I went with Dr. Will. The last one, which I want to say was like.
You're gonna make public comment? Okay,
Okay.
that's gonna be fun.
Good to be seen.
Oh, yeah. Go home. I came up with a new term. You know, slang. Here's my new word. Jackass.
I think that was the motion. I think it's died first.
What they do is like a jackass thing, but when it comes to society, and they're doing that, there's more and more of it. It's just jackass. That's how I define my new term, jackass. It is. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Rossmoor Community Service Regular Board Meeting. Today is Tuesday, July 9th, 2024. I call this meeting to order. May we please have a roll call?
Roll call, Director Barkey.
Here.
Director Shade.
Here.
Director DeMarco.
Here.
Director Searles.
Here.
President Maynard.
Yes, I am here. Okay, tonight we're going to start with our Pledge of Allegiance. And tonight we have the FNL. For those who don't know what that means, that's Friday Night Lights. We've got their cheer squad here under the leadership of Annette Morris and Nita Paget. That's how I would pronounce it. And I apologize if I brutalize your names. And we're going to allow them to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and then hear a little bit about their program. So, everyone please stand up.
Hello, please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Stand up and put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. So now we have Annette and Nita who are going to tell us a little bit about what's in store.
Yeah, I'll give you a little bit of a rundown.
Yeah,
So good evening. Thank you for having FNL cheer and football here tonight.
make sure you,
Get closer.
there you go.
Hi.
Everyone at home wants to hear you.
Okay.
This will be on YouTube, so. yeah.
Let's start over then. So good evening, and thank you for having FNL cheer and football here this evening. Friday Night Lights Flag Football is a nonprofit youth organization that was founded in 2006 by Mark Brosma and Chris Ketchum. Their vision was to bring a high-quality, fun flag football league to the city of Los Alamitos and the surrounding areas. FNL has both co-ed and all-girl divisions. In 2009, we incorporated a first-class and affordable sideline cheer program directed by myself, Annette Morris, and Nita Paget.
So we are now at the tail end of our summer season, and we'll begin our fall season in early August, and we still have some spots available. And you can sign up and learn more about the program at our website at losalfnl.com. Our league is open to boys and girls of all skill levels in grades K through 8, and we offer year-round programs that include fall, spring, and summer seasons. Also, we work very closely with the high schools to give students the opportunity to earn volunteer hours. Now the entire family can experience the fun and the camaraderie that is the cornerstone of the Friday Night Lights Flag Football and Cheer League.
Tonight, we have a special performance with some of our FNL cheerleaders from our summer league. Please help in giving them a warm welcome.
President Maynard, might want to get a Kodak moment over here with them
Oh,
all.
we do. Oh, don't leave yet. You guys get back up here. We want to have a picture. We want to thank you. And we also want to recognize that you are also a sponsor for our Rossmoor family events. So thank you for that. So true partnership in the community, and I appreciate that. We all do. But let's get a picture going. And we're going to get in it too. We're advancing in advance, telling you we're going to photobomb this. So let's all go up.
Carolyn, you have a pen? I didn't know he knew.
I don't know if you guys are allowed to have buttons on your uniforms, but we've got here a little Ross. Wow. Guys, we're going to move things around a little bit different. We're going to move up 4C. And this is our Orange County Sheriff Captain AJ Patel. He is going to go over some community safety updates. And good luck going up after that.
I don't know if I could top that. I think I'm just going to go home. I'll give him a minute. All right, so I passed out a couple of statistic sheets, very similar to last time I was here. As you guys know, what we've talked about before is I'm very data-driven. I like to compare actual numbers and see if what we're doing is working, not working, and compare it to actual, specific points in time. So as you can see in front of you, I compared the first half of 2024 to the first half of 2023, so January through the end of June. Pretty much across the board, all of our numbers are down statistically, and you could say that's a good thing, but I will point out where it's actually not necessarily a good thing in my book. So total calls to dispatch down 15%. About 50% of the activity done by our deputies is all observed stuff, so our guys are very, very active in this community. And I will kind of attest that to the numbers being lower is because our guys are here, they're flying the colors, they're always present. And those numbers, I think, show down the board. Total reports are down. That could be construed as a good thing. There's reports come in so many different shapes and sizes, from information reports to missing persons to a deceased individual. So that's not really an indicator of anything specific. It's just a stat. When we start getting into things that really matter, at least I think to this community, obviously crimes against persons, those are down as well. The crimes against persons that we had both last year and this year, they're very contained to the home environment. It's usually people that know each other. It's not random attacks in the park or at our festivals. So those things are they're somewhat out of our control, but we're very responsive to that type of stuff. But it's not something that we have a lot of impact on just by being present in the community, if that makes sense. A lot of domestic issues, so like I said, our investigators will handle that in the back end. So the stuff I think that really matters to the community is those crimes against property, the crimes against society, the burglaries, the vandalisms, the thefts. Those are the things I think really matter, at least to this community. And as you can see, those numbers are down significantly. And I'll get to some of the numbers down below. The number that is down significantly that I'm not necessarily happy about is the amount of suspicious activity calls that came into our dispatch center. Those are things I actually want to see at least maintain or even go up, because that means the community members are seeing something and they're calling us. They're not just seeing something and talking to their neighbor about it the next day, or calling one of you, or calling Joe the next day to report it. I want them to call us first. Timing is everything. I shared some pictures up there with the director. I just wanted you guys to be able to see those. And this actually came out, I have a version of it, and this came out of a suspicious activity call where a neighbor saw something that just wasn't quite right. A couple people trying to hide some stuff in the bushes. They went back and looked the next day. But this is exactly what these burglary crews are doing, especially the ones from South America. They are disguising these Wi-Fi cameras, and they are hiding them in your yards to keep an eye on your house, your neighbor's house, and they're using this intel to hit these houses when the time is right. So one thing I will say that we're doing very good is that we're reporting stuff like this. The fact that we found this camera and the house that it was watching at the time was gone on vacation out of state was not burglarized because we interrupted it just by getting this little bit of info. So, and this is all stuff that my investigators can work on the back end.
When they hid the cameras, did they hide it at the property that they were casing, or was it like across the street?
This particular one was across the street, but it all depends on the layout. Here in this community, it probably makes sense more to have it across the street or at a neighbor, but depending on how your property is laid out, a corner lot, or if you have a bigger lot with a nice topiary in the front, it all depends on what they think would fit best and what their target house is. So, but yeah, don't put anything past them. Like I said, they use the stuff that we put out there. Like they gather intelligence, they get patterns of behavior, and they use that. It's funny, if they're so smart in this realm, I wish they would just get real jobs and they'd probably be productive members of society. So, like I said, I'm going to kind of skip over the crimes against persons. That's, like I said, that's the stuff that's kind of out of our control, but it's also good to know about. And we get down to the nitty gritty, which in some of the stuff that I'm proud of and some of the stuff that is still concerning. Catalytic converter thefts, the grand thefts, almost cut in half from this time last year. A lot since last year to this time, we've had numerous car stops where we've taken a lot of stolen items out of people's cars and had them, taken to jail. When our deputies are present in the community, we scare these people away. When our people, this is a very good, like people walk around Rossmoor a lot, they pay attention. So, and they're calling these things in and they're scaring these little converter, thieves off. So once they get a little bad feeling about what they're doing, they're going to move on to an easier target. So I'm really proud of those numbers going down. The burglaries, they're mostly vehicle burglaries, and it's really, it's disappointing because nobody deserves to be a victim of any crime, but we need to do our best to limit the opportunities. We're leaving vehicles unlocked. We're leaving garage doors open with e-bikes and valuable property, visible. We're leaving like nice handbags with cash in it on the front seat of our cars. And it's just something that you need to be mindful of. Like I said, it doesn't mean you deserve to have your car broken into and your bag taken, but you need to limit the opportunities and lock your car doors. I know we're trusting of our neighbors, but the neighbors aren't the ones coming through and doing this stuff. So a lot of these property crimes are crimes of opportunity. I'm really proud to say, and I'm going to knock on wood, that we actually have not had a residential burglary since January of this year. And I completely kind of attribute that to the work that my guys have been doing on the back end, the stuff that I was bragging about last time, where they're taking cases from Rossmoor, cases from Fullerton, or cases from all over Orange County and LA, and they're connecting them, and they're connecting them to these large burglary crews, and these burglary crews are going to jail. Very similar to our bank jugging one that robbed the elderly lady. We're connecting them to multiple other cases, and we're making sure they stay in jail for a long time. And the good thing is, and I said we have a great working relationship with the DA's office, don't come to Orange County. It does not pay here. You are going to go to jail. It's a guarantee. And it may not happen overnight. Like I said, some of these reports, they seem like a paper report at the time, but a perfect example, the wine and liquor store on the main drag got broken into in December. We just took the guy into custody for that yesterday. Sometimes it takes time, but we will get them. So don't come to Rossmoor. My guys, you can't see the work that they're doing, but they're doing it. And it may take time, and the problem is we're going to connect you to all the other stuff that you thought you got away with too, and then you're going to go to jail in Orange County, not in LA. So the one thing that is concerning, and Joe and I have talked about it, is the stolen vehicles. They haven't really gone up, up one, but they're kind of holding steady, and the pattern is holding steady too. They're actually, pickup trucks are really the hot item right now. There's crews that solely just concentrate on the newer, maybe the last 5-year pickup trucks. Chevy Silverados are big, the nice Rams pickups are a big target right now. And the funny thing is, one of the easiest thing you could do is throw a club on it. I thought those things, I didn't even know those things still existed. I checked with my task force. Like, if it's got a club or a kill switch on that thing, they're just going to say, you know what, this isn't worth it, I'll go to the next easy target. So, I don't want to be Sheriff's Department doesn't do advertising, but a club type device, how about that, as a deterrent, especially for those trucks or vehicles that are high targets, right? I have a truck, I don't want to get stolen. Just put a club on it. So, and the kill switches are just something you can easily put in, get it installed. It doesn't cost that much, and you can literally turn that thing. You can flip it off, and when they try to steal it, it's not going to start. And just basically to address that, my Orange County Auto Theft Task Force is aware of what's going on here, so they've made this part of kind of their hotspot investigation. So it's not going unnoticed, just so you know. And other than that, I'm open for any questions that you guys have.
Dr. Searles.
Well, thank you, Captain. I know we talked a little bit on the way in. I had the pleasure of attending the open house for the Sheriff's Technology Center. If you could kind of just discuss what that's like, your new facility there.
So we just opened a new building, and we call it the Real-Time Operations Center. And basically what it is, it's taking all the great technology that we have now and basically putting it all into one kind of fusion center, right? And the great thing about it is that, like, for decades, the Sheriff's Department operated over here, LAPD operated over here, Fullerton PD operated here. Well, now the data is all being integrated, and we're sharing it. So if a car gets stolen in Rossmoor, well, that's going to get picked up on a camera in Los Alamitos or in Long Beach, or maybe en route to another, and we share that information, and it's available to all of us. And there's MOUs being developed for all these different agencies, and all this information is now developing as the crime or the event occurs. It doesn't have to be necessarily a property crime or something. It could be an active shooter at a school. It's just getting that information accurately out to the responding officers and making sure that they have the best info. That way they have the best possible response. And it's gonna help in investigations down the road. The data is just, it's ridiculous. So the amount of technology we have to where now instead of storing it on a DVD, it's now endless in the cloud, and we have complete access to it. We have access to everybody else's as well. So it's pretty exciting. Like I said, I'm not the best person to talk about it, but it's a really cool thing. It's a long time coming, and it's only going to get better. So. And you saw the size of the building and the amount of stuff that they can do there. I've seen it in action in other jurisdictions, to where literally these real-time analysts are listening as a call comes in, and they're getting rid of all the bad information while building up the good information. And literally within a couple of minutes, officers are coming on scene, and they have all that. They're safer, and they take people into custody that much quicker. So. And if you haven't taken a tour there, I can set that up for you guys.
Are you comfortable discussing a little bit of the license plate reading, that room where you have, multiple stations there, and you have,
Sure. Well, if you're not aware, everywhere you drive, you're going to be on some sort of camera, and you'll see them out here at the main intersection at Catella and Los Al. They call them automated license plate readers, and basically those things are taking pictures of every car driving around pretty much the state of California as we speak, and all that goes into a database, and you can, like I said, being able to track how a vehicle goes. I mean, it's not private information, right? So, but it's just another tool that we can use in real time, but we can also use it on the back end we've located missing persons, we've located kidnapping victims based on that type of stuff. So it's an exciting technology. Initially, there was some kind of feedback that it was an invasion of privacy, but it's like, we're not putting cameras in your homes. These are all, publicly, placed, street cameras that you have really no sense of privacy to. So I'm a constitutionalist at heart, and I don't feel that there's any invasion of privacy, concerns here.
Thank you, Captain.
Yeah.
Director.
Captain, thank you for the report. So just an add-on question to that. So if Rossmoor had a few of these cameras in various places of our exits, would it enhance the capability of finding some of these people that are, or some of these statistics, especially stolen vehicles?
Absolutely. And
another thing, so there was a truck that was stolen a couple weeks ago or a week ago. How are they stealing these 5-year-old or newer trucks? It seems like they were in and out very, very quickly.
I'd like to get back to you on the actual methodology, but some of them, it's different every time a little bit, but I'd have to check on that and get back to you. Unfortunately,
something
I'm
is-
not an expert on stealing trucks.
Yeah, but it seemed like it was so easy.
No, and that's the thing, you'll notice with the catalytic converters, with the burglary, with the home burglaries, with the stolen vehicles, they're professionals, and
It's
they
a
got it
technique.
down to a science, and
Yeah.
they don't want it to take longer than 5 minutes. So,
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Shea.
Thank you for being here, Captain, and your report. Great stats. I'm a victim of a stolen vehicle myself. They stole my Yukon. Actually got it back, but it was pretty amazing, and
Is this recently?
it was last year.
Oh, okay.
It was offensive.
Was it all in good shape at least, I hope?
They ditched it pretty quick. I think they thought they were being tracked. But needless to say, I was glad to get it back. Excuse me. I appreciate all your efforts and your report. Thank you so very much.
Dr. Barkey.
Captain, there's a perception with some that there's less police presence in Rossmoor. Do you have data, maybe you don't share it publicly, maybe you share it privately, about the amount of time that the Sheriff's Department has patrol cars in Rossmoor 1 year to the next, 1 month to the next? I mean, I know we don't share time and place with publicly because we don't want people to know when you're here and when you're not here and so forth. But do you have data over time? I don't know if the perception is reality or it's just a sense. And of course, we know just having police presence in and of itself can deter crime.
And it shows in the numbers, right? When you see the cops around, the criminals are going to go somewhere else. As far as the specific data of that, as far as their consume time, it'd be really in the weeds. I don't know if it's a readily available data, but I can assure you I'm constantly looking at our response times and our placements of deputies and our deployment model. And Rossmoor has great numbers across the board. You could tell when we've had those big incidents every once in a while in Rossmoor, just that one what the heck call goes down, right? And the guys are there in like 30 seconds. I don't know, actually, none of you guys got to go to the Medal of Valor, but our guys actually got nominated for a Medal of Valor. Actually, some of them actually received a Medal of Valor for the shooting on Loch Lomond. And I'll see if I can, there's actually a video for it. I was waiting for it to give it to Joe, but for some reason we haven't posted it publicly yet. We had all the Cook's Corner stuff that, rightfully got, most of the storyline for the past year. But we actually have publicly available video of our guys responding to that call, and regardless of who was involved, actually saving lives that day. So just rest assured they're here, and even when they're not here, you're surrounded by a mutual aid response that will get here in seconds. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Captain. I will take you up on the offer. I'd love to see this technology. I'm going to call it the war room. I don't know why, but I would love to go see that.
it's open.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Next up for presentations, we have Cindy Salazar, Orange County Public Works. She's here to present the general plan update for the County of Orange. And now she's leaving.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Cindy Salazar with the County of Orange, Public Works Planning Department, and we're here to have a presentation on an exciting opportunity that we have with the county. We're currently updating our general plan. And so tonight we have here Ashley Brodkin. She's our consultant for the county. She'll provide some additional information on the update. This is the very early stages, and we're here to promote the project, reach out to the community, provide you just a very general update on the timeline, and again, encourage you to participate in this process that we have.
Hi, excuse me. Good evening, thank you. As she said, my name is Ashley Brodkin. I'm with De Novo Planning Group. We are the consultant working with the county on the general plan update. So the first question is that I think a lot of people always ask is, what is a general plan? State law requires that every city, county, and jurisdiction adopt a general plan. It's a long-term plan. It's a 20-year planning document that is a blueprint for how a community is going to grow over those 20 years. And it's built on what the community's goals and priorities are. For the County of Orange, the last comprehensive general plan update was back in 2005. And then there were sections that have been updated in early 2010, but there hasn't been a comprehensive update in almost 20 years. The zoning code for the county is what implements the general plan. So the goals for this general plan update is to update all of the goals, policies, and actions. It is to incorporate all the changes that have happened in California state law over the last 20 years. It is also to update all the language to reflect all the current plans that already exist in the county, and also to reformat it to make it more user-friendly and more accessible to everyone. So the topics that are going to be covered include land use, open space, conservation, safety, noise, circulation, environmental justice, housing, which is going to be updated separately and discussed after this presentation, public services and facilities, and growth management. The county has been conducting a large outreach group effort. There has been a direct mailer sent to every property in unincorporated County of Orange about the project. There have been advertisements on the county's website and a dedicated project website. There is an online survey on that website provided in 6 different languages. Also on that website, you can find an educational video about what the general plan is and what the update is. There have been advisory committee presentations. There have been meetings throughout the county, general community meetings in Midway City, Rancho Mission Viejo, and West Anaheim, as well as consultation with other agencies and utilities and stakeholders in the community. You can see here, meetings have been held throughout unincorporated Orange County. We've been trying to make sure that everyone has the ability to attend these meetings if they want to and give input. So we, as Cynthia said, are in the preliminary stages. Right now, we're learning about what people see as the assets of the county, challenges, and what their vision is for the next 20 years. One of the assets, no surprise, is the amazing open space that we have in Orange County. Challenges are infrastructure needs, managing growth. Really what assets and challenges is also really dependent on community. There are very diverse communities in unincorporated Orange County. You have single-family established neighborhoods, you have rural canyons, and then you have very urban, dense areas like Midway City. So the general plan is going to customize goals and policies to address each of these communities. Currently, we are about to start the visioning plan. We've gone through and done outreach events throughout the county, as we talked about. That'll be continue through the summer. In the fall, it will start drafting the actual general plan and environmental impact report for the project, and anticipate completing the draft general plan in 2025. And then we don't anticipate public hearings and decisions on this in winter of 2026. So we're really at the beginning stages of this, and right now we're really just looking for input from the community. To get involved today, you can go ahead and sign up online. Over at the table, there are informational flyers as well as the website link as well if you just want to grab one of the cards. There's also comment cards for anyone who wants to submit comments this evening, or you can request to be notified of any future events, or just visit the website and any news will also be updated on there. Thank you so much. Any questions while you have me?
Director Barkey?
No questions, thank you.
Director Shade?
Ashley, you mentioned that there hasn't been a comprehensive plan in over 20 years. I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but can you tell us again why that is?
It is a 20-year plan, so a lot of jurisdictions, it will depend on when it's relevant to them. There's been a lot of changes, as you know, in the last few years, both at the state level and in Orange County. So the timing for the comprehensive update has a lot to do with, it's a 20-year document, and it's been about 20 years, so it's time to give it a comprehensive overhaul.
Thank you.
Director Bart, I'm sorry, Director DeMark.
Hi, thank you for being here. In 2005, do you know what the housing plan was? Like, what was the number in 2005?
I don't have that information on hand. The housing element is separate from how the general plan is updated, and I know Ms. Salazar will talk more about that in her next presentation, but that is on an 8-year cycle. So the last update, the housing element would have been 8 years ago, not back in 2005. That's one of the elements that is regularly updated per state law.
So in terms of the general plan, what do you think the biggest state law that has changed since 2005, in your opinion?
I would say the two biggest things that have changed in regards to the safety element, as I think we're all familiar, wildfires are a big issue in the state. So there's a lot of new requirements for the safety element, and the updates to that is triggered anytime you do update 2 or more elements. The other one is for environmental justice to now be considered. If you have a community that's considered a disadvantaged community, then you look at environmental justice as part of your general plan update. So those are, in my mind, 2 of the biggest changes that have occurred.
What's an example of that?
An example of a
Environmental injustice.
would be that there would be communities that you'd be more inclined to put industrial next to because it might be a low-income community.
I see.
That's usually one of the simpler examples. It tends to get a little more complicated as you look at the issues.
What other, just curious, what other counties or jurisdictions does your consultant company that you work for also, do you consult with any other counties or jurisdiction?
We do. We work throughout the state. I am an Orange County girl. Our office is in Tustin. I was born and raised in Orange County, so I'm very excited to work on this project. But we work on jurisdictions. We do a lot of work in Orange County, city of Laguna Beach, city of Tustin we've done work for. Then we've also done work down in San Diego County for San Marcos. We recently completed an update, general plan update and zoning code update for the city of San Jacinto. City of Gardena, we've done quite a bit of work for. We are currently working at the city of Laguna Niguel as well as the city of Lomita, just as some examples.
Awesome. And this general plan update, we haven't had an update or a comprehensive update since 2005. This is only for unincorporated areas of Orange County, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Or the general plan only affects unincorporated areas in Orange County.
All right. Thank you, Ashley.
You're welcome.
Director Searles.
Yeah, what items would be specifically addressed for like the transportation areas?
Sure. So one of the elements will be circulation or mobility. So that will look at everything from how the roads are working to and the roadway classifications. It will also look at bikeways, at trails, at sidewalks, active transportation, public transportation. So it will take a broad overview of transportation in the county and where that's going in the next 20 years, where priorities are. I know at the workshops we've done, one of them is where you see spending money in transportation. So you have actual gold coins you can put in a container and say, this is where we want the county to focus its time, effort, and money in transportation. So it's a pretty broad topic in the general plan. This is really a blueprint that would help then guide what specific projects the county could focus on in the future and implementation.
Thank you, Ashley.
I have a couple questions. First, is Ms. Salazar going to continue this presentation tonight on the housing element, or is that another date?
Yes, that.
So that's going to happen instantly after this? Okay, I just was, thank you. So the plan for Orange County unincorporated areas, I call it a strategic plan, I guess the general plan as you call it, it's all under the jurisdiction of Public Works? Is that what I'm trying to understand?
Yeah, so typically this is done by a planning department. As you could imagine, it's a general plan. The planning department is the one.
So there is a separate to Orange County Public Works, there's a Orange County Planning Department.
And that is within the Public Works Department.
Within the Public Works, there's a separate division?
Yes.
Okay. And then that department is tasked with putting together the plan. They then retain agencies like yourself for, extra knowledge, extra process to put it together.
So it's a very large undertaking. That is why jurisdictions typically only do it every 20 years.
Right.
To go back to Ms. Shade's question earlier is, it is a lot of community input. It's input from the supervisors and from both elected officials and appointed officials, from staff, and then stakeholders, the community, other agencies. Area like Orange County, especially, it's really important to get input from other agencies and
Right.
utilities.
And you've already received all that input?
It will be a continual process throughout, so people will also have the opportunity, once the draft general plan is done, to respond on that. So there is going to be opportunities throughout the several-year process for people to give input. This is what we call the visioning stage. This is where we really just want to get the overarching vision to help us direct how to write these policies and
Okay.
actions.
So at this point, there isn't a vision yet?
No, the vision is starting to form based on this feedback.
Okay. And you mentioned, have you met with other elected officials?
I have not personally, but I know that has been an ongoing process.
Because
and
here's 5 elected officials for the largest unincorporated population in Orange County. And obviously, I think we should be involved. We are so glad that you're here. But if I'm just putting it out there, if this process started a year ago and this is the first time you're coming to outreach us, I would like you to learn for next time, and not 20 years from now, that we should be involved. We have over 10,500 residents. I believe this is your largest block of people. We are the elected body for this neighborhood. And I would love to see what the vision is. I don't want to see the vision. I would hope that we get to be a part of defining the vision.
And that's definitely, again, these are very, very early stages, as both Ms. Salazar and myself have said. This is our first roadshow to get everyone's initial impressions. It's a large county, so
Right.
We do our best, as you saw from that map, to try to reach out to everyone, so that this is that first step in getting that feedback and process. So this is the opportunity to start that conversation. Certainly not, this is not the finish of the presentation and the conversation. This is the introduction to that conversation.
But there's been conversations without us. And again, I'm not trying to be negative here.
No,
I'm
of
just
course
trying to
not.
outline that obviously we see on the calendar we have till 2005. I would like our community and someone on this board, whether it's 1 or 2 people, to be involved. I think not just hearing the vision, but we are elected to represent 10,500 people who live here. So,
Yes, and thank you. And as mentioned, we really just kicked off this process
Okay.
early this year, in February. We
All right.
sent a mailer. And so this is what our roadshow, so introduction to who we are, what we're doing, reaching out to the community. We, as far as meetings with elected officials, the board offices is aware of this, not necessarily a formal meeting with them yet, or their appointees, but we're reaching out to the community first, getting the names, just introducing the project, and then we will continue our outreach. So this is our very kind of first stop here at
Right.
Rossmoor.
do you have a schedule of future meetings?
Not yet. So we're
Okay.
still making our first rounds
All right.
through all of the advisory committees. So we don't have a schedule yet for future meetings.
Okay, because as soon as you have the legwork, let's work together on this.
Yes, definitely. So maybe like in the fall. So we're still making our rounds. Like I said, this is our first stop in Rossmoor. First stop at every community
Okay.
is this through the summer.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, thank you for your
All
time.
right. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to working with you on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I believe, Cindy, are you coming up now to talk about housing elements?
Thank you very much again for the opportunity to provide an update on the housing element. Here with me is Yuritsi Randall. What we wanted to do is just provide a very brief update on the housing element. Since Justin Kirk was here in March 2023, we resubmitted the third draft of the housing element in July of 2023. We then received a comment letter from HCD in September, and we're currently addressing that comment letter now with anticipation to resubmit again this fall. So comments that we received consistent with the previous comment letters that we received from HCD is including more data on unincorporated areas, the community profile, affirmatively furthering fair housing, and also additional analysis for county programs targeting increased housing and addressing high priority housing issues. So we're currently still working through that process. We have a consultant on board trying to get through their process for resubmittal this fall. I know one of the concerns is that we heard from the last meeting in March is any development proposed in the housing element. No development is proposed in the housing element. It is a policy document. As Ashley mentioned, it's part of our general plan that needs to be updated every 8 years. The last cycle, which was the 5th cycle, the county was assigned 5,000 RENA units. For this 6th cycle, we have 10,406 that we need to account for and identify, just as in our policy document, that we can accommodate those units. So it has doubled from last cycle of the 5th cycle to the current cycle of the 6th cycle. Again, the housing element doesn't grant any entitlements, it doesn't authorize any specific development or any changes to the physical environment. Again, it's just basically a policy document which HCD continually requires us to update every 8 years, but also include various programs to address the housing issues.
Again, I'm just trying to understand all
Yeah.
this. Does it also rezone current built-up properties and buildings to then afford itself? An example, as part of the process, you find a church and you then, you know what, yeah, we know it's a church, but technically under, behind the scenes technicality, we're going to also say that it's residential as well. Is that also what takes place in these documents and processes?
Under the rezone, so ironically, churches already allow under state law for residential. So churches would not be rezoned.
Because they're already at that zone that if a church wanted to sell their property to a developer, they could. And a
Yes.
developer could tear down the church and build up.
Not necessarily, no, it would be like a mixed use. So the developer, it would be like half the church and then half housing.
Okay.
So continued use of the church, but if there is an extra lot or space in the parking lot for development, that is already allowed by right by state law.
Okay. With your 10,000 units that you have to find in a very small footprint or lots of little footprints, do you have open space footprints that accommodate such housing?
No, we don't have any vacant lots in the county, which has been a challenge. So we haven't identified any open space areas because a lot of those open space areas are protected. So a lot of the areas that we do have.
Protected by what?
They're protected open space. So they're seen as like parks or forest, things like that, and they're down south.
I'm sorry, guys, I just jumped in
No,
there too quickly.
Is the 5,000 from last time, was that met?
No.
Okay, so how many, so the new number is 10,406?
Yes.
So that's a brand-new number?
Yes.
10,406 brand-new units you got to go find. And of the 5,000, what was met the last 8 years? You know, you can guess, half?
A little bit more than half.
A little more. So we're still supposed to gain those too, right? Or does this cancel those?
We're not carrying, we didn't carry over.
It's not a carryover?
No,
Okay.
no.
So again, just by hearing you guys right now, from hearing Ashley and you answering President Maynard, so a lot of our open space in Orange County is protected. So we have tons of open space in Orange County. And our fear is that it's so much easier just to blow out our corner and build 6-story low-income housing or just housing. It's so much easier to do that than go through, because again, what Ashley was saying is you got fire problems, you got all these issues, it's protected, it's in a forest. So I can tell you that's what our community is very concerned about. is the conversion of our churches, the conversion of our commercial property, which we do not want to lose, to, and again, I was talking to, I'm sorry, what's your first name?
Cindy.
Cindy, I was talking to Cindy briefly. We understand it's a policy, okay? You don't have to build it, but like I told you, if I got a single-story restaurant, it's worth $3 million, and I can build 6 stories of condos, like they're building on Beach Boulevard and all over Orange County. A developer is going to come in and just give you stupid money to be able to do that. And unfortunately, it's out of our hands almost, even though it's a policy, but, it's just, we're just, concerned and a little scared that we're gonna, and not to mention our single family. It's like we have a single family and that use is like no longer, or that has changed in the state, right? So how do you see in the next 8 years, could there be the ability in Rossmoor to build a fourplex in right down the street there?
So the single-family areas will remain. There are no proposed changes to that. And I do understand your concerns with state legislation like ADUs and stuff like that. That would also have to be an initiative from the property owners, and there are limitations on that. It has to be a certain size. There are size limitations. It wouldn't be like what conventionally you view as like a fourplex. And all of those areas that are in our unincorporated, it's R1, that's our single family, it would remain R1.
It will remain R1?
Correct.
So house burns down, it's vacant. It's a single-family house?
Correct.
R1 with
Correct.
with perhaps a unit in back, what you can do now?
Yes.
And I know that the parking requirement is very much lax to where you don't really need many parking spots, correct?
For accessory dwelling units?
Sure.
Yeah, so the parking standards for single family haven't changed. Those are still in place. They're not going to be changed, not going to be touched.
The state didn't change those?
Correct. We're not, that remains the same. The ADUs do have a little different standards as far as parking, but again, we've done our best to also make sure that they're confined to a certain space, to certain setbacks, and they are, generally speaking, smaller units.
How many ADUs can you build on 7,500 square foot lot in unincorporated?
The size doesn't necessarily matter as far as the lot. The maximum would be 2. And it would be a combination.
2 plus a single family?
Yes. So it would have to be some type. And it wouldn't be 2 ADUs, it would be like a JADU, so like a conversion of space.
And then what would be like the occupancy rate on that example with 2, whatever you just described?
Yeah, because they're more of a square footage. That's how we've limited them as far as square footage. So like for the JADUs, they're 500 square feet. So there's not necessarily occupancy on how many people can necessarily occupy them. I'm sure there's building and safety code that does limit that. But the size itself, that would be the limitation.
No, I just want to thank you, and I know Justin must be just torn to not be here. Thank you.
So I will add in, you asked a question about can you get 4 units on the lot, and yes, it is possible to do that. They are correct that if all that you're requesting to do is to add an accessory dwelling unit and a JADU, yes, you would have the primary dwelling and then 2 additional units. But SB 9 was adopted, and that also indicates that you have the right to add a second dwelling. So in other words, you can end up with 4 units on what is currently a single-family lot.
With no minimum? Is that a 5,000 square foot lot and a 10,000 square foot lot, or is that arrangement?
So SB 9 says that you are required to, the 2 lots at minimum, each lot has to be at least 1,200 square feet. And the 2 lots need to be roughly the same size. It needs to be at most 40/60.
I do want to add to that. It would be a maximum of, because what you're speaking on is like an urban lot split. So if they were to come in and somebody wanted to split their lot and then create 2 separate lots, that limitation of the 4 units still applies to them. It wouldn't be, hey, I want to split my lot and now I have 4 units and 4 units. It's maxed out. So property owner comes in, I want to split my lot. No matter what the configuration is, if they split it, then they would be getting 2, a single family and then an ADU, and then same for the other lot. It would be a maximum, and that's per the state, of 4 units. And it's 2 primary dwelling units and then accessory or JADU. It wouldn't be 4 primary units.
And it's also, it's not mandatory that you actually split the lot. That's an option. You can split the lot, or you can keep all the units on the same lot.
Thank you, Scott.
What's the maximum height on, I mean, again, you may not know this, but on our corner, what was it before and what is it now? Do you know?
For the Los Alamitos Catella corner,
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
it's 65.
65? What was it before?
65. Yeah. That has
How many stories is 65?
Stories-wise, I think you can get like 5 to 6 feet, but again, we just height, how they get, how many ceiling height and stuff like that per building code is, up to them, but it is maxed out.
It could be 6 stories high.
If it's within the 65 feet, yes.
Okay. Director Shade.
Thank you. So you mentioned that it went from 5,000 to 10,000 since January?
No, since the last housing element cycle. So this 5th housing element cycle, the unincorporated county was assigned 5,000 units per SCAG. Now the 6th cycle, we were assigned 10,406 units.
Okay, that's where we're at. Thank you.
Director Barkey.
There's a reason why U-Hauls are hard to rent these days, but appreciate you being here and updating us on the information.
We need to be involved in this.
Well, as you can tell by the tone of this board, we're obviously concerned about our neighborhood and maintaining what has been here since the mid-50s. And when we think about threats to the lifestyle that we've all come accustomed to and moved to this affluent community, it is certain corners that can all of a sudden be, and I know you have a job to do, you have to identify, you have to designate, but it becomes a slippery slope. It becomes a temptation. It becomes a temptation for a business owner who runs a restaurant to say, you know what, I'm done with this, I'm retiring. I have a friend who just announced he's retiring from his used car sales lot in Oregon. And so, now not Oregon, I'm sorry, City of Orange. Now that's not county because of going, hey, take his property, So there is a concern here of how this works because it is a threat. It does become the slippery slope for things to happen, and especially the fast passes that we've seen other neighboring cities having to deal with, that we shake our heads and said, we can't believe Sacramento has not only allowed for it, is mandating this and making it a law and actually threatening cities and communities with lawsuits and penalties. So the only thing I could suggest, and again, is get your attorneys involved. Make sure that if you're assuming certain islands of unincorporated Orange County are protected, I would vet that and make sure you have 17 different check marks just to make sure. Because find that open space. Find that space that doesn't affect the livelihoods of people who have moved here. So again, not shooting the messenger. I know that Huntington Beach fought it and lost. I know going against Sacramento as a county. I know you're not their favorite county to begin with. You guys get penalized politically. So whatever you can do to mitigate a frightened community, I'll call it out. We're concerned about the threat. And we thank you for coming here and putting up with our questioning, but we want to encourage you to protect us and find out a way to protect us. We need your help. And thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
We will move to our public forum at this point. Mr. Mendoza, remind me, American Career College, is that on the agenda or is that during this public forum right now?
During public forum.
That is during public forum. Okay, we'll start off with Susan Kaplan.
Chris, would you please get their cards for us for our records? Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. I want to try to bring transparency and clarity to misrepresentations expressed in today's board meeting agenda packet as authored by General Manager Mendoza. It has to do with misstatements about authority of the RCSD related to traffic and parking on the public streets in Rossmoor, and to stress the overreach on the part of this board's majority that includes 2 members coming up for re-election in November. An excerpt from tonight's agenda is found in item D3. It misstates the powers of RCSD. Mr. Mendoza wrote, quote, Orange County Traffic was encouraged to work through the Rossmoor Community Services District since they are the elected governing body and have the interest of the entire community, unquote. That statement was expressed by Mr. Mendoza at a meeting held on June 27th with Orange County Public Works traffic engineers, Wei Zhu and Anthony Vu. The meeting was requested to discuss the traffic congestion along Foster, especially on Hedwig, the segment of Foster where parking and traffic has become even more congested since pickleball was added to the existing mix of school congestion, rush hour, and pre-existing activities at Rossmoor Park. The notion that the traffic engineers chose to talk to individual homeowners drew the ire of Mr. Mendoza and 3 Rossmoor residents who he invited to attend, 2 of whom live on the south side of Rossmoor. They disputed that a unique traffic problem exists, they disputed that a unique traffic problem exists on Foster, even though this is the major access in and out of Rossmoor from the north, and objective data indicates very dense traffic flow. Mr. Mendoza objected to the meeting because it was not arranged through RCSD. In response, traffic engineer Wei Zhu explained that Orange County Public Works traffic engineers are public-facing and respond to individuals who live in Orange County and wish to seek information about parking and traffic in the public streets of their neighborhoods. Mr. Mendoza asserted that RCSD is the governing body, quote unquote, for Rossmoor, and as such, any meeting is to be arranged through RCSD's traffic committee. Wei Zhu tried to redirect Mr. Mendoza regarding authority over public streets in Orange County, including unincorporated Rossmoor. She explained that traffic and parking within the Rossmoor parks belongs to RCSD, including parking lots within the parks and parking spaces along the perimeter of the parks, but that the jurisdiction for traffic and parking on the public streets is firmly in the purview of Orange County Public Works. As Mr. Mendoza left the meeting early and passed alongside of me, I heard him say, "We'll see about that." Also in his agenda packet, Mr. Mendoza criticizes the Orange County Public Works Traffic Division by including his opinion of their work. In the same paragraph of agenda item D, he wrote, quote, "The process to request Orange County traffic engineers to adjust or make change regarding speed limits, parking, red curbing, signage, and crosswalks is sporadic and inconsistent," unquote. This is the second misrepresentation in that paragraph. Mr. Mendoza and the RCSD may be disheartened that they are not the authority on these matters. Case in point, the traffic engineers put out a very professional survey to the Rossmoor residents at large, with very detailed options for possible changes in traffic patterns on Montecito. The result of that survey by respondents from Rossmoor was a consensus not to modify traffic lanes or traffic flow. It was a legitimate process with a legitimate outcome, and it was the voice of the community. It is not the prerogative of RCSD to overrule our collective voice. Yet, at a recent board meeting, RCSD discussed their will to figure out a way to overrule this survey outcome and bring changes to the traffic flow on Montecito. Again, hanging on to their assertion that they are our governing body. This board majority feels they know what's best for us, even if directly against the data and our communal voice. In summary, despite your best intentions to mislead this community, you are not the elected governing body for traffic concerns. Traffic is outside of your jurisdiction. Wei-Zhu made this clear. You are a Parks and Recreation Board, and you have a role in street sweeping and lighting. You are not our city council, and no one on this board was elected to determine matters on anything outside of that limited jurisdiction. Mr. Mendoza's derogatory opinion in this agenda document is inappropriate and an embarrassment. Engineers use objective data to make determinations, not subjective whims with inherent bias that has compromised many of the decisions, including financial ones, made by this board majority. I'm speaking publicly to voice grave concerns about the current makeup of this board. We don't want overreach beyond its authority or power grabs. We want a parks board that represents all of its constituents, listens without bias or favor, and makes decisions based on sound reasoning and data. As voters in November, we have the power to reconstitute this board. I have a packet I'd like to ask you to put in the public record. RCSD has consistently been attacking homeowners around Rossmoor Park, saying only a few people are calling attention to parking, traffic, and noise conditions. This is factually wrong. The homeowners around Rossmoor Park are submitting a petition with more than 50 signatures of homeowners in the park neighborhood calling for the county to help mitigate the parking, noise, and traffic that the new pickleball courts have exacerbated. And the packet includes photographs as well as the petition of the 50 signatures. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next up, we have Vicki Vu, representing the American Career College.
Hi, good evening. I'm Vicki Vu. I'm an occupational therapist. I live in Rossmoor. I've done a lot of community work as much as I can, bring it here, and bring occupational therapy actually into the program in Rossmoor. So actually my students just finished doing their fieldwork experience over at Youth Center this evening, and they did a mental health project over there with all the youths over there. I've done after-school programs for teaching fifth graders about how to play and interact with kids with autism. So I've done a lot of community work. So now I have another project here for Rossmoor. So I'm bringing in CARFIT, which is a collaboration between AAA, AARP, the American Occupational Therapy Association, and CARFIT. So our 32 students will be being trained this Friday to be able to do this function at Rossmoor. And what they will do is we're asking for your support in terms of advertisement for the seniors to be able to come attend this event where our expertise will look at positioning in a car, looking at whether the mirrors are correct or how to function with our car so that they have proper alignment so they can be safe when they're actually driving out in the community. So that's the service that they'll provide on July 25th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. here at Rossmoor Park, or Rush Park, sorry. So I do have a flyer, I put one over there, and I've also sent the digital copy over to Mr. Mendoza. You have any questions?
Director Barkey.
No questions.
Director Shea.
Hi, Vicki, good to see you. One of my favorite Rossmoor residents. This is an amazing, it sounds like an amazing program that you're pulling together. Everything you do is incredible, so I appreciate your efforts and everything that you do. Stop it.
Thank you.
Director DeMarco.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for telling the community about this.
Yeah.
Director Searles.
Thank you, Vicki.
All right. Thank you. Oh.
This is the first I'm hearing of this, so can you explain to me again, so this event is on July 25th?
Yeah.
Is it inside our building?
No, so what will happen, the logistics of it will be that the residents, well, we're opening it up to the public. So it's the residents of Seal Beach, Los Al, Leisure World, Rossmoor. And so what they will do is they'll call our school and make an appointment, and they'll show up here. And
in this park?
Mm-hmm. Okay. They'll come right through here, and then we'll have a desk or a sign-in, and they'll check in, and then they'll go to one of the stations with the students and the occupational therapists, and they will take 20 minutes to provide education about positioning and proper alignment while they're driving. Yeah.
And take them to their car and make sure?
Yeah, individually, they'll take their car, bring over there, they'll look at how they're sitting in their car, making sure their arm position is correct, looking at their spinal alignment, all those things that make you comfortable. So what happens is, I'll actually read this. This is kind of what they say. So by 2013, there will be an estimate of 58.9 million people aged 65 and older. That's 1 in 5 people. So they're expected to represent 1 in 4 licensed drivers at that time.
In what year is that going to hit?
That's 2030. So they're predicting by 2030.
Southwest guys.
Yeah.
Sorry to call it out. But that's okay.
So what will happen is the car fits. Trained professionals will take the older drivers through a 12-point checklist with their vehicle, recommending minor adjustments that will help them make their cars fit better for comfort and safety, and an occupational therapist will be on hand to provide information and education to seniors on how to maintain and strengthen their driving health. And so that's what essentially they'll go through a checkpoint, make sure how they're sitting as well, looking at, do you know how to adjust your mirrors? They were saying that the CarFit representative was letting me know that a lot of the seniors will actually, once they buy the car, they just leave everything the way it is. So what we're doing is, they don't know how to adjust anything. So that's kind of what we're providing, is that education. Do you know how to adjust your mirrors? Do you know how to adjust your seats? Do you know how to adjust your steering wheel so that you can actually see what's around you? So that's the whole point of this event.
That's a great event.
Yeah.
Joe, how are we helping her?
Vicki contacted me this week. I believe she had an initial conversation with Directors Shade and Searles, and they recommended she get a hold of us. And as you know, we're trying to begin a senior program, and Chris will be reporting on that next. That we every Thursday we've had memorial care. We've had other speakers come in and give, I guess, discussions regarding balance, how to fall, how not to fall. We just had a pool safety program that was presented by the fire authority. We're looking at emergency preparedness, and then anything that we can get our hands on that would relate to seniors, and Vicki stepped up and did this, so she's working with Chris. We're cordoned off the parking lot. It's a farmer's market night, so the parking lot's already cordoned off, so we'll just go with it in the morning and keep it closed for the evening, and we thank you for coming out and doing this.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun event. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Vicki.
All right. Brings up item D1. We're in the reports to the board. First one coming up, just mentioned.
President Maynard?
Yes?
We've had a few correspondence from the public that Carolyn would like to give you a brief update on.
All righty, let's hear it.
Jeremy, can you get that video, please?
There's a video?
It's a happy moments. We just wanted to share some of the comments we've been getting from the public regarding the new pickleball courts and how great they are. I have one here from Frida Rojas Pruitt. It says, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation for the brand new pickleball courts. As a resident, it has uplifted my life in many ways. It has been so convenient to walk over and have the most enjoyable workout without even thinking about it. It has also created a positive lifestyle socially. I find myself making new friends of all ages. Many of my neighbors have used the pickleball courts as a way to relieve stress of everyday life, a way to get back in shape, and a way to broaden our social skills. We can't express how happy we are with the new pickleball courts and wish there were more, since the reservations have been so busy this summer. Along those same lines, I have an email here from Shirley, who says she's enjoying the wonderful upgrades to the pickleball courts. They're beautiful. And one from Denise Deppa. Fabulous 4th of July, pickleball extravaganza. We have another email here from Maureen Waters, who has a few topics that she's writing in about. One is that she'd like to see a stronger sheriff presence in the neighborhood, be a little bit more aggressive with the ticketing. And she's also talking about the pickleball courts. Seeing people of all ages warms her heart out on the pickleball courts. Also, the family festivals are well received by the community. Thank you for your continued support of the fun summer events at Rush and new this summer at Rossmoor Park. That concludes the comments.
Okay. Now our public forum, unless there's anyone else who, don't be shy. Okay. We'll bring us back to reports to the board. First is a recreation report for Chris Argueta. Or Argueta? Gosh, I'm horrible tonight. Chris, come on up.
Hello, everybody. Just going to talk about some great community events that we got coming up and that have passed as well. To start off, we've had a great turnout for our free community events at all of them so far, actually. But this past weekend, we had Shakespeare by the Sea. July 5th, they performed Henry IV. And July 6th, they did Cardenio. And that was here at Rush Park at 7 p.m. They estimated about 500 patrons that came out for the performances each night. And it was good overall. They had a couple hiccups, but it turned out to be a good event. About 2 weeks ago, we had bulky item cleanup with CR&R, also compost giveaway. We joined up with CR&R for June 29th, right here at the Rush Park parking lot as well, from 9 to 12. And residents could come out and drop off their large items that usually don't fit in their garbage cans. And then at the same time, they could get 2 sealed bags of compost as well. It was a great turnout. It was from 9 to 12. There's pretty much a line the whole time, and we filled up about 7 large containers. And like I said, about 400 residents came through for that event. We also had movies in the park on June 14th. We had Trolls Band Together. Movies start at dusk. We had about 200 people at that event. We have free arts and crafts. We have a bounce house, and we also invite dominoes and scooters for some light snacks that are available for purchase. We also had our Rossmoor Family Festival, the first one in June 8th. It was a great event, great turnout for sure. We estimated about 4,000 people. And at those events, we have local food trucks, vendors, entertainment, and then we had the band Night Rider perform, which is a local band around here, 80s band, 80s cover band, and they did a great event. Had everybody jumping up and down, and park was packed that day for sure. It was a great event. We're looking forward towards the next one. In May, we also had the water safety awareness. That was also in here at Rush Park Auditorium. We had lifeguards provide safety and awareness tips. We also had OC Fire Authority. They spoke about water safety and drowning prevention. We also had Prime CPR services, and they demonstrated some CPR tips, some basic stuff for CPR. And then at the end, the kids were able to check out the vehicles. And they love doing that, just checking out turn on all the lights and checking out the inside of the vehicles. Kids always love that stuff. Also, in May, we had Health and Wellness Festival, also a great response. I think it was the second one we had. There's classes, workshops offered. They had other fun activities. They had healthy food truck options, and they also had informative vendors answering questions that anybody had. We're looking forward to the next one for next year. Those are all the past events. We have some upcoming events that are just around the corner. We have our next Rossmoor Family Festival. That's going to be this Saturday, July 13th. Make sure you let everybody know. Get here early if you can. It's going to be packed probably. We have local vendors again, food trucks, a kids zone, local live entertainment, and we have Stone Soul that's going to perform their Motown and R&B type music. They do a great job as well. The following weekend, on Friday, July 19th, we have movies in the park. We're going to be showing Elemental. That's animated for the kids. That also starts at dusk, but at 6 o'clock, we're going to have a bounce house, free arts and crafts, and again, we'll have some light snacks for purchase available as well. We also are working on our senior club. That is the second and fourth Thursdays of the month we're shooting for. We had two in June, and we had Memorial come out, and they did a presentation of fall prevention, and we also had Orange County Authority come out and do water safety for seniors. We are looking forward to this month. It's going to be on July 11th, and we're going to have Well Sticks Yoga come out and do a demo or small class that seniors could join in on. It's all for free. Come on by. We have light snacks, and they also like to...
And June was our first?
Yeah, we started in June. So June, we did 2 in June. This is the second month. It's going to be on July 11th, like I said.
How was attendance?
Not too many people came out, but I think
Okay.
it's more like word of mouth. The second one had a little bit more people, so we're hoping that it builds up a little bit. That's what we're shooting for. But this month, on July 11th, like I said, yoga, Well Stick Yoga, and then on the 25th, we're going to incorporate the car fit program that Vicki spoke about, so that's going to be here as well. We're going to block off, like you said, block off part of the parking lot, and we'll probably also have light snacks as well for that event as well. And then just some upcoming stuff we got ongoing. We have Farmers Market here, Rush Park parking lot every Thursday. That starts at 4 p.m. We also have American Red Cross coming every month, the third Wednesday of each month. The next one is July 17th. If you're interested, check out redcrossblood.org. And then the last thing we have is the Youth Center Summer Camp. Camp Shark is going on at Rossmoor Park, and that ends on August 9th. But if you're still interested, I'm sure there's space, and you could visit the youthcenter.org for that. And that's all I have.
Director Schultz.
No, thank you, Chris.
Director DeMarco.
Thanks for the report, Chris. Great job.
Appreciate it.
Director Shade.
Thank you, Chris. What an amazing lineup you have and you've done so far. That's incredible. And looking at all these events, we keep you busy.
Appreciate it.
I
Thanks.
appreciate everything that you do, and these events are fabulous. Our community loves them. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Director Barkey.
Great work, Chris. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. We're lucky to have you. We love your dedication. The events that you do always come off incredible. Just one question. Each of these events where it has food trucks, are they different food trucks that come each and every time? Is
I
there
think
like a
there's
little change of
some-
pace each time a bit?
I think they change them up a little bit, but I
Okay.
think they bring back the ones that do well, probably.
Okay, because the kebabs last time were incredible.
The kebabs.
So, yeah, just
I'll
saying.
put a note down.
Okay. I'm just saying, if they come again, they'll get my money. So, thank you very much, Chris.
No problem. Thank you.
Brings us to D2. This is a general election, and there's a condensed calendar for our November 5th, 2024. There's going to be 3 seats here at the dais for the Rossmoor Community Service District Board of Directors. Mr. Mendoza.
President, Mayor, members of the board, I'm going to pass this on to Carolyn Wang. She put this report together, and she's just going to give you a brief outline of the upcoming November election.
Yes, this is just a reminder to the community that the election is coming up in November and that we are going to have 3 seats available here at the RCSD. And nomination papers and declaration of candidacy commences on July 15th, and the last day to file nomination papers and the declaration of candidacy is August 9th. Any questions, you can call the registrar's office at 714-567-7600 or give us a call at the RCSD office.
Director Schultz, any questions?
No questions.
DeMarco?
No question.
Shade?
None.
Harkey?
Nope.
Okay. I want to encourage anyone, if you've ever thought about stepping up, helping out your community service, please run. Good-hearted Rossmoor people are welcomed to lead our community. So, with that said, we'll go to section D3. This is our monthly traffic safety update. Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you, President Maynard, members of the board. As you recall, we did meet with Wazoo on Thursday, June 27th. Myself, Chris Argueta was there. We had traffic engineer Wazoo and Anthony Vu, and a few residents, Ralph Artebedian, and a couple other residents that live in the community. And then we did have 3 residents that showed up that had a different view and wanted to know what the meeting was all about. Bottom line is some of the statements that are made are very true. I did point out that their process in changing any type of traffic situation or red curbing is sporadic. If you look back, we had a year-long process to where they did traffic engineering studies, they did notices to the community, surveys, and all types of different ways of getting input from the community regarding the Montecito corridor. My comments to Ms. Zhu, which I continue to make, and on the phone with her and her boss, Dennis Vildo, is be consistent. Find a way to be consistent in your methodology in coming to a conclusion. For instance, she mentioned to Mr. Vardabedian, do a survey. If you get 100% of all those residents on Hedwig on the north side, we'll red curb the whole Hedwig from Donnis to Wallingsburg. Well, common sense tells you that's going to impact the park because there's no place to park on the north side. And that means more cars are going to be on the park side. So I pointed those things out to her. She did say he needs 100%. Now, if I was a resident there, and we talked about this, I would totally be against that because I couldn't have my friends and my relatives come and visit me unless they parked on the park side of across the street or around the corner. So it would, it's very self-serving, but at the same time, it's not a good remedy for a parking situation. Now, they are looking into, undoubtedly, line of sight. We all have that situation. Sometimes as you back out of your driveway, if there's a car parked in front of your house close to your apron, and you have to ease out and you have to look. But this particular situation, they may consider putting some red curb, maybe 5 to 7 feet wide, so they do have a better line of sight of moving out of their driveway. You might lose a little footage, but it would probably be a lot safer. So those are some of the things we talked about. In regards to the pickleball, I just don't see how 12 cars, a maximum, would impact that park that much, because there is parking around the perimeter. We are making efforts to educate users via our website and our registration system to let them know. Priority: 1, park along the park. 2, park along Hedwig. The third option would be across the street on the north side of Hedwig if there wasn't anything available. But there usually is parking available, unless it's a big softball day. If it's a big softball day, yeah, the whole neighborhood's impacted. And that's been like that forever, since we've been hosting LAGSL at Rossmoor Park. So anyway, and yes, we are the governing body. They did go through our traffic committee. They did go through our board on the last go-around at Montecito, and that's what I asked them to do again, to be consistent. And then then came along a red curb request that was pretty viable. And when we get those, I send them on to Wayzoo and the traffic engineer for their consideration. And at that day, they were out there and they looked at the site where this request came in. Basically, if you look at Donis Road, you know the crosswalk right there? I apologize, I should have put a picture on the screen. The crosswalk right there on Donis Road in Hedwig. If you go past the crosswalk, the lane narrows, the parking lane, because of the width of the street. And so the crosswalk, and I believe, I forget what you call it, but it narrows as you go down the street, as you come towards Los Alamitos Boulevard from Foster Road. Okay, so on the right side by the park. There isn't enough room for cars to park there. So there's no parking signs, about 3 or 4 of them, from Donis Road to probably the tennis courts almost. But they're not red curb. So cars park there anyway, and they're protruding out in the street and making it unsafe. And it's hard to see kids cross the street because they're darting out from behind a parked car.
But there are no parking
It
signs.
says no parking.
Well,
So
that should be
the
red.
point to the traffic committee was, you should consider red curbing that if it's no parking. If you have a no parking sign, why not red curb? And then around the park, there's a couple of fire hydrants that don't have red around them. And so we asked them to take a look at that. But so they send a letter back saying that they agree on this red curbing situation because there's no parking there. And they were going to put a work order in to have that done. Take a few weeks. Okay? So, that's inconsistent, but at the same time, it's a safety issue and it was already posted. Why not formalize it? That was the only situation there. Attached, there was a letter from General Counsel Tarquin Preziosi regarding AB 43, and our counsel is here to maybe chime in on this. But we're requesting that all of Rossmoor be turned into 25 miles an hour zone. And that's that Montecito-Orangewood corridor. And AB 43 is a bill that passed a while back that allows the county and cities to have the jurisdiction just to make immediate change. And we sent a letter to Andrew Doe's office, our supervisor. They got in contact with traffic engineering. I got a letter back from Mr. Doe's office saying that they concur with it, with the request. However, there's going to be certain things they're going to do. And it's kind of redundant because I think the bill calls for the ability to just do it.
It does.
But they want to conduct a traffic study. So traffic is telling Supervisor Doe's office what they're going to do about it. They want to do a traffic study to evaluate volume, speed, accident history, pedestrian and bicycle activity. They want to do a community consultation, which is great, which I would hope they would come to us to help facilitate that. Evaluate crosswalk and signage, and AB 43 compliance. We will ensure that any proposed changes comply with the provisions of AB 43, fully utilizing the flexibility it provides to prioritize safety in residential areas, while adhering to the vehicle code and other state guidelines. And as you recall, at our last meeting, gentleman, resident Kevin Boylan, came before the board and spoke on this matter. And I've been in contact with him, been in contact with Dr. Jerry Friedman of LAUSD, and there's another gentleman that had written in that I am going to be pulling into the conversation because he lives on Montecito in that area, and that's David Padilla. So we do have a little nexus there that we can get the ball rolling and let not only the first district know that we're very adamant about this, but also traffic engineering in Orange County. So that concludes my report on that end of it. If we want to stop there and we'll talk about and answer any questions about the the traffic situation in AB 43.
Okay. I'm going to start. One of you gentlemen is the chairman of the traffic committee. Which one? Okay. Tony, I'm going to let you lead since you're on the committee, or chairman of the committee.
Okay. So we didn't have a traffic committee meeting. So I'll try to surmise this because I have a lot to say, but let me just go through these. My biggest issue is, like Mr. Mendoza said, is policy change from what I believed we kind of set, our CSD set a way of doing things with Orange County traffic. It began, even before Wazoo got here, with Bradbury, when they came in and painted these crazy wide medians, and we all went crazy over it, because they just came in and did it. So then remember, we had some issue on Tiger Tail.
Speed.
Okay, speed issue. So there were concerns with our community, even though we don't have jurisdiction. But one thing that we are lucky that we have is we have an elected board that has monthly meetings and a general manager that can get people in to have an open discussion. And then we have committees that can vet certain things. Okay, so we've established this. Even though we don't have jurisdiction in some of these areas, we have open discussions to where we can vet it. So Mr. Mendoza brought up the Montecito corridor, where a letter was sent out and there was a different procedure that Wazoo did when Ralph Artebedian sent the letter, just on about, you know, the red curbing. So we processed, when we sent the letter out, it took several months just to set up. It was an 18-month process where, you know, we put it in a ad hoc committee, traffic committee, which had RHA members, members at large, school district members, of course the public could join, and we discussed remedies to make our community safer. So, you know, whether or not we have jurisdiction, we all can probably agree we want to make our community safer. So that's really the main issue about this red curbing. So I'm completely against removing parking, okay, from Rossmoor, especially around parks. But I'm even more concerned that the community doesn't have a say in that, you know, to where they can give their opinion on, do we want to remove this stretch of block and make it all red curb? So Joe talked about the bulb out, and this is another example. Okay, this bulb out appeared where it narrowed, and again, I'm sure there is scientific data that says if you put a bulb out, people tend to slow down. Great, that's safety, but that's not the only way to, because there's a crosswalk there too, right? So that's not the only way to protect a crosswalk and slow people down. They have technology now where you just have a pole with a you know, button and a light flashes to where people can cross, okay? So 20 years ago, they didn't have that technology, they do now. But that bulb out was not vetted, we didn't have any meetings, it just appeared there, okay? So my concern is the process in which one letter, within several weeks, the Orange County Traffic Department already had a response, was already in Rossmoor, and they sent out a survey and said, hey, if you get everybody there, we'll paint the curbs red. Okay, so that's how we, you know, so we have a history of this on Foster, which with the bike lanes, where, again, it wasn't a community discussion. I go back to Montecito. Look what happened with Montecito. You know, and everyone said it in the audience, you know, we don't like change. We all know Rossmoor residents don't like change. So nothing's happened on Montecito. And that wasn't an option on Montecito.
To do nothing?
To get signatures, and if the impacted residents wanted their curb, because some of them do want that curb red on their side so they can pull out, so they can have, you know, less impact. But the Rossmoor community at large came to the meetings and said, no, we don't want anything, leave it alone. And Wazoo left it alone. So my concern is, again, I'm reiterating what Joe said, is the process changed on, why was the process, procedure done differently on this particular example? Pretty much on certain residents' street, it seems the procedure changes. Okay, so that's my concern about this whole process. That's why I'm sure Mr. Mendoza's there. That's why Mr. Mendoza's put time into this in terms of why is this, it seems like it's being greenlit quickly without the community having a discussion. And we've set up a mechanism through the traffic committee to allow the whole community, okay, and we outreach the whole community, please come back to our meetings. We had several meetings with Montecito, 3 or 4. So that's my concern on this whole process in terms of in front of Rossmoor Way. And again, Mr. Vardabedian, who sent the letter in, who is pointing only, the impact of parking is only coming from pickleball, from 4 courts of pickleball, which I completely disagree with his opinion, okay? That he is, because we did have a meeting with our softball league, because of course they have impact to the park and the residents, but Mr. Vardabedian is not against any of that, doesn't want to limit any of that. Okay, it's only the pickleball that he's focused on. So it's a bit, I don't know, skewed to a reason that I do not agree with, and the procedure, or the procedure that the county is doing is, to me, is not what we've done in the past. The past several issues we've had traffic-wise, and that's why we have this ad hoc traffic committee, so we can outreach to the community, and we don't have things taken from us without this board or the community knowing about it. So,
Director Searles, you also sit on that committee. Do you have anything to offer?
No, I thank Director DeMarco for, I think he explains quite well what's going on with the committee. I don't know, Mr. Mendoza, do we have a committee meeting set to follow up on this?
No, not at this time. I'm working with traffic engineer to possibly have them come out and do a report to us. I did get an email that I haven't been able to read carefully from Wazoo this afternoon. It came in around 5 o'clock, providing the minutes of the meeting, which I have to review and get back to her on how, viable they are.
So,
But that's interesting. What's interesting there, and as I pointed out to her, is if we don't have any input, if we don't have any say, if we don't have any impact on what happens, why do you invite us out there? Basically, she called me and let me know they were meeting with Ralph out there, with Mr. Vardabedian, to discuss this. My point there is why? Why wouldn't you just come to our traffic committee with Mr. Vardabedian and have an open discussion with the public? That's all.
now, I don't want to be the tail that wags the dog, but we don't have to wait for them. I actually agree with what Tony said. One of the comments that I thought in my head is, why limit park access by painting it red? All you're doing is affecting people who want to go to the park. But then I thought about my own circumstance. And if someone would have painted my curb red, and I moved there, and let's say it was the homeowners before me, we have generations who are going to live in those homes beyond the residents who live there right now. And they're literally giving up their own car parking privileges in front of their own house. And I don't think that's right for future generations. My situation, getting back to that, is I've got 2 adult daughters who still live with me and my wife, in their 20s, and they park in front of our house. And if those curbs were red, because, again, a previous owner gathered up all the neighbors and got a petition that we need red curbs, that would affect the future generation to where they can't even park in front of their own house. So obviously, I have a position on this, but gentlemen, I think we should have a traffic committee. We should alert the public that there is a threat of limited access at Rossmoor Park because there's some neighbors who want to paint it red. And let's hear from the community about how they feel about it. Not just 5 people, because we're been accused that it's only no, let's get the community to get together. Invite Ralph. Let him explain why he thinks it's good. Invite Public Works. Let them come and hear, but let's get the community to put in their 2 cents of limiting park access. And again, if those curbs become red, in all fairness, where does it stop? So I want to encourage the 2 of them to have their traditional meetings. We're all invited as community members. We just shouldn't sit next to each other. And we should have a true community forum on this, so at least Wazoo can see on this issue, like she saw on the other issue, that most likely Rossmoor doesn't want change. Because that type of change affects future generations. That type of change reduces access to parks. Now, with that said, Director Shade, do you have any questions, comments, or a redirect of whatever Tony or I said?
No, I do agree, for the most part, absolutely. I do think that, just because I am impacted with Montecito directly.
Yeah.
The curbs have been painted red there.
Not the whole street.
No,
from the
no.
corners.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on each corner, like, they have been extended. Residents have gone out there and, and
I think there's not enough, to be
And
honest.
I agree.
Because
Because coming out of your street is like
I'm
a.
Tigertail, I get the same thing. Yeah.
It's like you're risking your life just pulling out of your street.
But even that, Director Shade, was a process to do, because that was even brought up at the.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I can't say, maybe there was a process that some people followed and some people didn't.
But it's not the residents following it. It's really the traffic through the county. Again,
Right, the process.
Yeah, well, I fear, again,
100%.
outside influence affecting us, right? Without us knowing, right? Someone from the outside can come in and just say, hey, we're going to paint all the curbs red by just a request.
Well, I think it's something that we need to do an outreach, like you said, just invite everybody, which is a great, fabulous thing to do.
And don't
because
wait
we
for
really
it.
do
Let's
need
do
to
it
include
next month.
to include the community
Right.
and have everybody out here and speak, why they want this and have, and everybody's voice being heard kind of thing. It's important. So I think that's probably the best way to go.
Okay. Director Barton.
I like that.
No comments.
All right. Okay, so we'll call that done, monthly traffic. That takes us to our consent calendar, our minutes, and our, unless,
Joe, were you done?
were you done, Joe?
Yes, I'm done,
Okay,
thank
I
you.
just want to make sure.
The direction there, would you please?
Direction of action is for the traffic committee to meet,
Okay.
to publicize the event, to put out the agenda, and get community involvement about restricting parking access.
That would be
Because,
good.
yeah, parking access at Rossmoor Park and possible future parks. Because I'm not against taking little sections where safety is an issue, but putting a red curb along all of that streetway is not the right thing for future generations, or the right thing to do for the people who live there who want to park and have their friends over, so. But that's the action. Let's get a traffic committee and a community hearing on this, which does now bring us to consent. We've got our minutes and our revenue. Does anyone want to pull this out, or is there a motion to vote to pass consent? Okay, doesn't sound like anyone wants to pull anything out. Is there a motion for consent?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
There we go. All in favor on passing consent calendar, say aye.
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 Any opposed? No. Now we're finally at the meat, if you will, our regular calendar. So G1 is a discussion and possible action regarding approval of a proposed professional service agreement for pickleball instruction at Rossmoor Park. Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you, President, Mayor, members of the board. What we're asking you tonight is to consider approving a two-year contract with Performance Pickleball LLC. They have done a prior two-month trial with us. However, during that period, sadly enough, we took the time to redo the courts, and so there was a void there in their ability to offer a program or offer training. However, the feedback we received, and after monitoring them and watching them teach, they do a great job. People enjoyed it. I'd like to enter a two-year contract with them to do individual lessons. As you can see, the payment process is for them to provide $16.50 per hour beginning through June 30th, 2026. Group lessons with times as approved by the district would be at a $20 per hour rate. So the agreement is attached. Our attorney has looked it over. The contractor has looked it over and agreed to it, and I would ask the board to please approve the professional service agreement.
Quick question. In the contract or somewhere in here, does it show what hours she'd be taking these pickleball courts away from the public?
No, we allow her to make a reservation prior to the public, but she can only take up one court at a time. So there's always going to be 3 courts available.
That's good.
To the public.
So it's obviously not group lessons unless you count 4 people as a group.
Yeah, excuse me, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's not adding extra bodies.
No.
The courts still have the same footprint of activity.
And if she did come back to us and said, hey, I want 2 or 3 courts for a tournament or something, we'd make sure it was during non-prime time. That's something we would use our judgment on.
Okay. I'll open this up to Director Searles. Any questions?
The first question was whether this went to the Contracts and Personnel Committee.
I'm sorry, what?
Did the Contracts and Personnel Committee review this?
I'm trying to recall. We just had our meeting, Tony. I think we did. Yeah.
It's not in that agenda.
Yeah.
That's the reason I'm asking.
Was the contract in there?
I believe it was prior to, then we brought the 2-month trial to the board, and then we were piggybacking off that, and with the acknowledgement that we were going to look into entering a 2-year agreement. So you might be right. Recently, no, but I know that the first one came to the board or to the contracts. I'd have to go back and look.
My feedback would be, I'm not a fan of a 2-year contract for a first-time contractor. I know we have a termination available, but to me, what that does, though, is it still precludes someone from wanting to talk to us about becoming our next professional if they see there's a 2-year contract. And honestly, I think it'd be kind of crummy if Tony has a contract with the community for me to come and start talking to the community about forcing him to get his contract broken while he already has it. And that's
One more time. You lost me on that.
it's a 2-year contract, and so I mean, I don't. Maybe Mr. Porter could explain if it's an issue or not. I know it can be interfering with someone else's contract. So if 2 parties have a contract and then I do something to interfere with their contract, one of those parties could sue me saying I tortiously interfered with the contract.
So you're predicting that someone's going to interfere?
What I'm saying is we have this person who has not, had this position with us for any tenure, and we're offering them a 2-year contract. I would say I would like that contract to be 1 year at maximum, because if it doesn't work out, well, yeah, we could terminate. But more importantly, if someone who's better wants to get involved, they're not going to see this contract and just wait for 2 years. They would know the contract comes up in a year. I have an opportunity. I can talk with, Rossmoor then without looking like a jerk for interfering with, what we already have as a 2-year contract. To me, I don't see there being a benefit to having a 2-year contract. The terms aren't so special to us that I'm worried that we're going to end up with a situation where we aren't able to get a contractor to get a reduced rate to make money teaching pickleball. If it's in demand, it's in demand. If it's not, it's not.
Council, do you have an opinion on one contract versus 2 contracts and potential interference with contracts?
So
are you seeing this?
It's a judgment call. I wouldn't be worried about the legal liabilities so much as just from a business perspective. What are your goals and concerns? The way the contract is drafted, it's a 2-year term, and we have the ability to terminate the contract on 7 days' notice for any reason. So we can, although it is technically it's a 2-year contract, they're bound for 2 years at these prices. But we can get out of it if we send them 1 week notice.
I love one-sided contracts on our benefit.
Director Searles, so you would be more comfortable with a 1?
Yes.
Yeah,
Just
okay.
simply, I think a 1-year contract makes more sense for a first time than
Who's the originator of the 2-year term? Was that something they asked for? Was that
No,
our
it was,
starting point?
it was something that myself and our council came up with. Just seemed like a, yeah. Bo has a 2-year contract, the tennis guy.
Because the risk is really low based on the fact that we can give them 7 days, hey, it's not working, and open it up and do a search committee or whatever to find other ones.
Yeah,
So I'll just
and again, our tennis contractor has a 2-year contract. And
Our current tennis
yeah,
Bo has a 2-year.
we've always had that increment, yes.
So historically,
Yeah.
in racket sports, when it was only tennis, it was always a 2-year contract that we started with our pros. Okay. Director Barkey, do you have an issue with the 2-year? Do you have a preference of 2 versus 1?
Yeah, I don't know that 2 years is a big deal. I don't know who this pickleball instructor is, but it may also be that 2 years is important to this instructor. And if not for some level of consistency in the contract, that they may look elsewhere for a longer contract. If our history is that for the first time new tennis instructor got 2 years, I'm not sure I'd change that and do something different with pickleball. And if we have an out that's easy, I don't know that it's a big deal.
Okay. Director Shea?
It's funny, I had that same question that Dr. Director Searles said, but I have to agree with Dr. Barkey. I think it's completely low risk.
Okay.
I mean, if, I always like a 5-0 vote, but would you be happier with a 1 year with a 1-year option, or, I mean, I understand what you're saying. If there's, because this is a brand new instructor. It's just like tennis, where it's just a flat rate, where they're just renting the court. They can have 4 people. Same thing, the tennis instructor could have 6 teaching and making, times 6, where we're only getting an hourly rate, right? So we're just renting the court to the instructor. But if the instructor, let's just say, has higher rates than another instructor, we're going to make the same amount of money. And remember, we're doing that because it's just so much easier to manage.
Right.
Right? So, I don't know if it's that big of a deal. However, would it suit you better with, you're hearing that 2 years, it's not that big of a deal, or a 1 year with a 1-year option? Would that, would that, in your mind, Director Searles, would that kind of help us with your scenario that you brought up with, there might be someone else that wants it that's respecting the contract and waiting to potentially be, hey, I want to be the pickleball instructor, or whatever, you know, it could be something else.
No, I think that's all fair, and that's really where I see it is, I don't want to be an entity who's terminating an agreement early because we see a more attractive partner sitting on the sideline. I think it's important for us as, you know, a government entity that we show a lot of consistency and, you know, keep things as smooth as possible. But that's also the problem with the 2-year contract with someone who doesn't have any track record with us in an area we don't have any track record in either. It's not just the vendor, but it's also us not having this particular, you know, business set up and how we know it will work or not work. I just think 1 year is fine. It works out great. Then we can say 2 years next time, and that's no big deal. It smooths out also our process so that if there is someone who wants to bid, which I think we've gotten much better as a board in lining up a calendar and talking about bidding for contracts, this is one of those items that I'm really hopeful for all the community's interest in pickleball, which we heard more of tonight, that there would be more professionals who may want to be our professional and may want to give us more money on the next cycle.
But this contract isn't an exclusive contract, is it? I'm asking our council, is this an exclusive? Does this bar us from
No.
enhancing and expanding a program?
No.
Okay. How long has this been back and forth with you and the pickleball? Have they even seen this? Have you even discussed?
Oh,
What
yes.
terms have you discussed with the instructor?
Oh, this whole PSA has been reviewed by them and approved by them.
How long has this process taken?
About 2 months.
2 months.
Has the committee gone over all of this?
No. We're doing it now as a board. That's what we do as a board. So
I got one more question.
Okay.
Mr. Mendoza, did you seek out this person, or was there a flood of instructors?
We put an announcement out. There wasn't a flood of instructors that were interested. I went and visited sites, and I picked this person out. They were doing lessons, and they have a contract with the city of Cypress. Okay.
I met her at our last community event. She was professional. I have no idea if she's a good instructor. I don't even play pickleball except one time when you and I smacked the ball around with your wife. So I have no idea, but I just say she was professional. She was at a community event. She was doing outreach with her own time to the community and already representing us in good faith before we even had anything. So my concern is more of what Director Barkey said, is in good faith with this instructor. The risk is zero. It's not an exclusive contract, so we're not glued to if other people want the opportunity. We are able to discuss it. So someone can make a motion, Director Searles can make his motion, someone else can make a motion, but I think this deserves a straight up and down vote. I think the least path of resistance is taking it as a 2-year contract under the current terms that our attorney has put together. But someone needs to make a motion.
I'll move approval of the contract as written.
I'll second.
Okay.
I got a question. Mr. Mendoza, can we limit the hours?
Yes.
Okay, so we could possibly, if this issue arises where you feel that, you know, there's others out there that we can be in contract with them as well and have multiple and still just use one court.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll call for all those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
I didn't hear yours, Shane.
Aye.
That was an aye, okay. 4-1, motion passes. Thanks. Now we're going to G2, a discussion and possible action regarding approval of a proposed chili cook-off event with beer and wine garden and approval of resolution number 24-070901, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Rossmoor Community Service District approving the dispensing of alcohol, beer and wine, at a chili cook-off event to be held on October 24th, 2024, from 5:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. during the annual Harvest Festival at Rush Park. Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you. Mr. Maynard, members of the board, what we're asking for is approval of resolution 24-070901 to dispense alcohol, beer, and wine at a upcoming chili cook-off that we'd like to plan with the youth center. Carolyn and myself and Chris Argueta has been meeting with youth center staff and brainstorming different ways of collaborating and putting on programs, as well as raising some funds to offset some of our costs. As you recall, we have an agreement with the youth center, and part of that agreement is they put on some programs in conjunction with us to raise money to offset some of the costs that we're incurring over at Rossmoor Park for the summer programs. So we came up with a brainstorming idea of combining a chili cook-off with the Harvest Festival that we already put on. So we would already be putting on a Halloween festival the week before Halloween in conjunction with the farmer's market. And the idea is to...
So this would be on a Thursday?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
So the idea is to invite the community to come out, the restaurants, to the nonprofits, to do a chili cook-off. They would pay a fee to get involved. We would sell tickets to the community to go taste the chili. There would be ride games, and there would be a beer and wine station that it wouldn't be similar to the tap beer program we have out here. The youth center would put it on. So basically, they'd go get the permit, they would get the security, they would run it internally with volunteers, and it would be a fundraiser part of the chili cook-off. So it's just a good collaboration, a community event. I had some reserves about the beer and wine, but it's going to be a short period. It's going to be quick. It goes with the chili, and it's going to be a fun thing to do, I think.
Now, because it's during the farmer's market, for that one farmer's market event, would you limit food vendors so they're not competing against the fundraiser?
No, I don't think so. I don't think there would be a conflict at all. In fact, I think there would be so many people out there that they would just be a more, I guess, venues to enjoy. So a lot of people might not do the chili cook-off, but come for the farmer's market.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions, Director Barber?
Our attendance is high on that Harvest Festival, if you remember. A lot of kids come out, a lot of parents.
And that was the one with the before Halloween, where you did the carving.
Yes,
Yeah.
pumpkin
Pumpkin
carving.
carving.
Yeah. So we would do some of the same things. It's going to be a fun event. And I think it'll be safe, and it's a family event. It's not going to get out of control. It's short.
And it's 4 to 8?
Yep.
Now,
5:30.
This would be an anonymous tasting test, so when people go, they
I'm
get...
sorry, Mr. Marcus.
How do you...
It's 5:30 to 7, yeah.
5:30 to 7?
Yeah, it's going to be a quick...
Hour and a half?
Yeah, it's going to be a quick hitter. They might stay open a little later than that, but the award winners will be out at 7 o'clock.
The contest
Yeah,
itself.
right.
Okay.
Got it. What's our regular farmer's market, what's the time?
We go from 5 to about dusk.
It's from
Okay.
4 to 7.
4 to 7, but
Yeah.
people start showing up.
Okay.
Is this before the time change? Anyone know? Or after the time change?
Time changes in November.
Oh, thank you.
This is, yeah.
So this is a,
So the youth center would have been here tonight, but I didn't want to make them come out this late.
Yeah.
I know this would be last part of our meeting.
well, I can tell you as a fundraiser, I was on the boosters with Valley Christian, and we always did it during our Autumn Fest football game. And I'm happy to say I came in second place when we did it. And then when it was our rivals' home game at Maranatha, I came in third. So
With
I've
your
never won, but I've placed twice. So
Redeem yourself.
I could redeem, as long as it's the kind that's, people have cups, they go to stations, they don't know who is who's, and all that. I would sign up for that.
So this is gonna be
I could throw it
legit,
down.
right?
Chili was. I could throw it down.
Second and third, huh?
I came in second place and third place.
Good
Out of
chili.
how many people? 3?
Valley Christian's a little bit bigger than that. So I would say the first year there was like 60. And when we did it at Maranatha, maybe there was 30, maybe 35. So
It's legit.
it was legit, but I've never won, so. So is there a motion, gentlemen and lady, for G2? And the motion, you can just read the resolution number, I believe.
Yeah.
Approval, yeah, and then read the number itself.
Let them eat chili.
Does he
I'll
need to,
second.
he needs to read the actual resolution number?
You can just make the recommendation to vote in favor.
Okay. I heard a vote and I heard a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. That sounded 5-0 to me. So,
Thank you.
thank you. Next up, first reading of the amendment to policy 2160, deferred compensation. Mr. Mendoza.
President, Mayor, and members of the board, as you recall, we drafted a policy number 2160 to do a deferred compensation match at maximum 3% for all full-time employees of the district. And it's included in the 24-25 budget. The before you tonight is the policy. Before we move forward with the program, there has to be a policy amendment, and that's 2160-41. So, as you recall, this is for our full-time employees who have been with us, and it excludes part-time employees, elected officials, independent contractors, and the general manager. And it is a maximum 3% match. They would put in their 1, 2, or 3%, and we would match it. And at any time that at the budget process that the board felt that we were wavering on our revenue, we can halt the match, and the employee can also continue to put their funds into the program, but we would halt ours until we came back up to snuff on our revenue and our balance. So before you tonight is on page 70 is the deferred program. If you want me to read it, I will, but I think we went over it a few times. And what we're asking you to do is to do the first reading so we can come back next month and adopt it, and then we can start the program. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay. Director Barkey, do you have questions on
Just can you give us the summary? How much is the match percentage-wise? And what's the vesting period?
It's 3% match.
And there's a vesting period?
No.
No.
So a new employee, if we hired them, they immediately vest?
After 90 days? After 90 days.
Yeah, so it's,
Okay.
So yeah, they'd be able to join the program after a 90-day period.
and instantly have matching?
Yes.
And vesting. So
Yes.
there's a 90-day, a new employee comes here, there's a 90-day probationary period before they can join the program, period. And once they join,
then they choose up to 3%.
well, yeah, but there's no vesting period for the match up to 3% we would do.
Correct.
When do we do the match? Do we do it at the end of each fiscal, at the end?
No,
in is there going to be a calendar where, hey, guys, per our policy, here's where the budget is, and maybe it's a closed session, and then we vote, yes, this year we're going to do it? Or is it the opposite? We wait till we have a bad year where things fall apart, and then there's a closed session where we just say, hey, guys, we can't afford it this year. How does that work?
At that point, during the budget process.
So it's automatic unless there's bad times.
Right.
Okay.
Joe, did you think at all about having a vesting period? We hire a new employee, after 90 days, we can start matching up to 3%, but they don't have access to that money unless they've been with us for a year?
No, I believe that when we talk to the deferred compensation plan, it would be really difficult to do that. And Carolyn was involved in those conversations, so we decided not to put those kind of restrictions on it. And we felt that it wasn't that much of an impact on our investment, and that it would be, there's no need to do that in our opinion.
Other unincorporated cities, did you look at what they do, and is it similar?
Yes. Yes.
How many hours does it take to be considered full-time?
40.
So you have to be here 40 hours. And how many employees do we have at 40 hours?
6.
6.
Do you look at this as a recruitment and retention tool?
Yes, and I also looked at it as an award, a reward, somewhat, to our employees who have been here for quite a long time. We have employees who've been here 30 years, 20 years, 8. I think Chris is moving on 14 or something like that. So
Decades.
yeah, we have some people that have been here decades that don't have a benefits plan, a retirement plan, and this would be give them a step towards that.
Well, I'm all aboard on the employees who are in good standing and have been here all these years, in the sense they are vested to me. They have made an investment or a commitment to us. But I am with where Director Barkey is, that we hire a new employee. And after the 90 days, they start contributing. And then they quit, and within the first year, and so they still get a match from us. So I am not, this is a first reading, we all get to put in our 2 cents. My 2 cents, and I agree with Barkey, is we need a vesting period for new employees. We need to have a policy that says all current employees in good standing who've worked here X amount of years are indeed vested. All new employees, 90-day probationary period, or a better term, no one wants to be hired at a job and say, well, I'm under probation, but some language like that. And then a period of, yeah, they can go ahead and put in, but we're not matching that fund until a certain period of time. Or if they decide to leave on their own, they walk away from the 3% that we were giving them.
You can go ahead and match, but they don't get that match unless they've been here for a while.
Yeah, I don't want someone who's here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what private industry
Well, that's what corporate
typically
does.
Well, and
I've been in places where vesting was 3 to 5 years, because of bigger matches.
If I can ask Carolyn to chime in here, I believe the word you used is corporate, and
Yeah.
that's some of the discussions we had with our deferred compensation plan, that we're not corporate, we're not at that level, we're not at that high income level, and we're not matching.
But it's still employees that come in, and then we're going to give them a 3%, up to a 3% of their income match, and they're a brand-new employee, and then they leave. And they leave with money that we were making in good faith commitment to them and their future included us. And now their future doesn't include us. Again, this has nothing to do with the current staffing at all. This is just moving forward as policy for new hires.
New full-time hires.
New full-time hires, correct.
So for instance, I'll give you a for instance. We have one employee that has been with us for a couple years part-time. There was no vacancies. We had a full-time employee leave that had been here 4 years. And we interviewed, asked him if he'd be interested, had a great track record with us. He's been full-time for how long now? 2 years. 2 years. And, I don't see him going anywhere. I think something like this would give him the incentive to even stay and be appreciated. So, yeah, I think, I don't think we're...
But he's been a full-time employee here 2 years.
Yeah.
So
But there we go. He's vested if we had a vesting policy of at least a year.
Joe, could we forget about the time could we make, on hired full-time, could we match certain funds or track the matched certain funds? And then after whatever vested period this board determines, then we reimburse whatever they put in for that vesting period.
Well, that's.
Is that what we're talking about?
You don't retroactively match, you match.
You match, they just
But
don't
that
have
money
access.
doesn't become, they don't own that money.
Okay, so
until-
how does that work? Because we're going to be using ADP or whatever,
Whatever.
right, a third party?
Sure.
So is that something that we could set up? So
Yes.
so it's kind of in an escrow, right?
Yes.
But it's in a deferred compensation escrow, right?
Yeah, I mean, you should talk to whoever the financial advisors that are putting together, what the rules are. They may be different with a government agency versus a private industry. I
So-
don't know that.
Yeah.
But typically, you can go ahead and match, but they don't get access to that match until they've vested over a period of time.
And by the way, guys, don't forget, this is a retirement. They don't get access to the total amount of money until
no,
they
no, no,
retire
th-
anyway.
no,
but-
Well,
yeah.
no,
But-
they can take that
pull
money.
Oh, that's
out,
right,
and
they
Depends
can-
how it's set
yeah.
up.
And they
And
can
move it.
borrow against that money, too.
That's true.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
So, Joe, we don't have any employees that are full-time that have been with us less than a year?
No.
But we will in the future.
No,
Don't think
no.
about
I understand
the
that.
5 of us now. Think 10, 15 years later.
I
we're
understand,
making
but I'm
policies.
just saying, so we could have something to where we could roll this out, but then also implement on new hires. And that's what I'm hearing is a new hire definition that's a little more elaborate than, or a little more defining.
Well, what it says in the policy is, it says there is no vesting.
Yeah.
And I'm fundamentally against that.
It might read, there is a vesting, and the vesting period is this. And then we're gonna have to define what that is.
Yeah, it says
Well,
here, it says
in
employees
my
will be
opinion-
immediately vested in the employer match.
Right,
That's-
unless you consider the 90-day period as a vesting period. But
I don't consider
I-
that enough.
I think we're talking about, and I think Mr. Porter might chime in here, we're talking about such a low, I guess, one individual we're talking about might be making $21 an hour. Okay, so,
It's not about the money.
well, I hear you, but it's going to take more money to, I guess, administer the program than you're going to save if they take some money from us.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
if that's true or not, Joe. What
Yeah.
might be helpful is whoever the financial agency is, to have them come here, because they'll know the rules and the regulations. They also will know what other people are doing and what we're allowed to do. So maybe they can come here at the next board meeting and have a discussion with us.
And
I
I'm
would
just-
recommend that.
I'm just going
I
to
would
put this out
recommend that.
because this is our first reading. Feedback from one of the directors, just one of the directors, is when it's time to vote, if that language is still there, I'm a no. So I know I'm one. We could, kind of take a poll here in the reading is how many people believe that we should have 0 vesting period. Is there anyone who is,
There needs to be some vesting.
so you need, okay, so Tony's with me that there should be some vesting period. Bartney's with me on that, so.
Again, it's.
No, I don't know what that is. Is
Yeah.
it 2 years, 3 years, 1 year? That part is up for debate, but there has to be a vesting period.
I guess if I could just ask, this wasn't heard by the Personnel and
No.
Contract Committee. So I
Well,
think that.
This idea was.
But not the 0 vesting. This is the first time I saw this.
Okay, my point would be, that would be the time to have the conversation with the vendor about how it logistically could work.
We have never met with the vendor.
I understand, and I'm saying maybe that's the way to go about it, rather than having them here, it would be through the committee to say, okay, how is this gonna work? And if Mr. Mendoza is correct in saying, it's gonna cost the district, $600 to facilitate a 1-year vesting period, we should ask that question to that person at that point, and that's all I would suggest, because then we have the information. What we have tonight is not enough information.
I agree with you, Nathan, except that I don't know who's on the personnel, whatever commission, I don't even know.
It's
but
Tony and I.
2 of us,
Yeah.
2 of you, then go meet with the vendor. I don't know that you'll be able to answer the questions that the other three of us might have.
Yeah, and listen, we discussed this, that we discussed deferred matching program
And
in
we're
our
all
committee.
And we're all in favor of that.
And was in favor of this idea, okay? But I can tell you that it is very, very good that to bring it amongst the whole board, because we're talking about it and things bubble up to the top where Michael and I, it didn't, this is new. Okay, it sounds good, sure. And then we all get here, so this is good.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
a first reading.
we can retro it to our existing if we choose to, so we're not hurting anybody because all of our full times are going to already be vested. And that's what I'm thinking, because I don't think we're gonna go further than a year, and everyone's been here for at least a year. So it's really what we're talking about is new hires, and I like the idea, let's slow down and kind of get all these questions answered, even if it's questions that Michael and I didn't even think about it on the,
Totally.
on this
I mean,
program.
I mean, listen, I've got, I don't know, 12, 15 employees. We instituted a 401k program in my office. It's very complicated. We had the vendor come in and spent enormous amounts of time going through all the subtleties and nuances, investing and no vesting, how much match, and testing it with the owners, and blah, 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 on and on and on. There's a lot to it. And these vendors, that's what they do for a living. We may be completely wrong with our questioning of Joe. And the vendor would say, no, you can't do that, that's illegal.
Yeah.
Here's what you can do, here's what other people do. And we're just kind of making it up as we go along without really knowing what the rules or the laws are. So I say, who's the vendor, Joe?
Nationwide.
Yeah, bring Nationwide, bring a Nationwide dude here. Let's have a conversation.
I have no problem with that. But I can tell you that if I ever saw this, you guys know me, I would never vote. I would have stopped this if I saw that it said vesting is immediately. That's
Well,
just
you
that-
did.
Yeah, right here, so it wasn't brought up at the committee level, so.
That's okay.
Well, would there be a possibility, like I said, this is something that we've been moving towards for 5, 6 years since I've been here. And would there be a possibility of making an adjustment or motion to this and amend this and move on with the first reading? Or do you want to have Nationwide come out and spend that time?
Well, I'm looking at it as the first reading, and we're giving you feedback
Okay.
that the board here would like a vesting period. When they come out, if you want to meet with Nationwide, and you can invite Tony and I on the committee to go, so at least we can be a little bit more educated on the process and the questions being asked. That would make the second, now technically, if there's a revision, is that considered a second reading?
No,
It's-
so
it's
if
consi- we go back to, it's
you go
now
back to the
first.
beginning, so.
I'm
if-
okay with doing it right, guys.
Okay. So if you vote in favor of specific language today, then that would count as a first reading. But if we're just saying, no, we're going to forestall a decision, then the first reading would be at the next meeting.
If we had a motion that we accept in principle the policy, but with the correction of adding a vesting period,
Well,
would that then make it a second reading next month?
We could, if we have specific language, alternatively, you could, at the next meeting, determine that you actually are going to waive second reading. You do have that option to say it's in the best interest of the CSD to do this now, and I don't remember the exact findings, but you do have that authority. So that is an alternative option.
Now, that seems like a tough option, given community, if community wants to come and speak on this one. So I'm a little uncomfortable with waiving, even though it might be a technicality. I'm not comfortable with, as a board, deciding, hey, let's waive a second reading.
So a first reading is basically acknowledging the policy. We're in agreement with it, but we're not going to actually approve it until the second reading.
So the first reading would be vote in favor of specific language today. And if you decide to change your mind next time,
What if we wanted to just add language next time?
then that would be a first reading.
Okay, so we're not in favor of the policy as written currently.
But in concept, we are.
We're in
Right,
Just
favor-
not the way it's drafted
So
and
for
not the term.
example, if we wanted this to be the first reading,
Mhm.
you could adopt language today that says the following, and if at the next meeting you say, actually, let's change that, let's do it over again, that would be fine. But, so for example, you could say, employees will immediately be vested in the employer match if they served as a full-time employee for at least, I heard 3 years? Name your number.
1
If you
year.
vote with
1
that
year.
amendment right now, approve it with that amendment, and then that would count as first reading, and then you could come back at the next meeting, and you can decide, do we actually want to approve that language? Or say, no, at the next meeting, actually, let's change it to 1 year, or let's get rid of it entirely, or whatever you decide to do, then that could be the new first reading.
And also you could, Joe, if you're anxious isn't the right word. If you're wanting to pass this soon for the benefit of the employees, even if we turn the next reading into the first reading, we can also pass it retroactively.
You can do it first and second.
Well, another option certainly could be to adopt this policy without any discussion of an employer match, and then say, so current, or to your point, you could amend it in the future. You could have, approve this now, and then come back at and amend it. That's certainly an option.
And then have readings, have first and second reading then on the amendment.
Correct, and it sounds like all of our employees that are full-time have already been here for X amount of time.
Yes.
and-
If our vesting, if
So,
we land
it's not
on 1
urgent.
year, yeah, what we're talking about is new hires, which we don't have any right now.
Right.
What?
Yeah, so, correct.
Yeah.
So we could approve it with the language that Scott had suggested, because we got all, established employees. Then we can create an amendment specific to new employees.
And that's a whole separate set of readings.
Or this deferred match program is for existing employees. And then we amend it to add new hires, what the policy is for new hires.
That's good. Then there's no risk in
That
the next
way
month
we're
of hiring
not-
somebody who slips through the
What do you
cracks.
think
Yeah.
about that?
Scott?
We could do that, so the language would instead say, the employer deferred matching program offers existing
Mm-hmm.
full-time employees up to a 3% match, et cetera. And then we would delete the sentence, newly hired full-time employees are eligible for a plan enrollment following a successful completion of the 90-day period, and then everything else would stay the same.
Where was the language that says there's no vesting?
Well, it's,
Didn't you just read that?
I read
Uh,
it.
so-
Employees will be immediately vested.
Oh,
Right, so that language would remain that,
because they're existing.
correct.
Okay.
So we would just be removing any reference to new hires or new employees.
So there would be two amendments. The first sentence would read, the employee, so yes, that would be the purpose.
Right.
So the employer deferred matching program offers full-time existing employees up to a 3% deferred employer match on gross salary, overtime not included. Well, I guess we could say newly hired employees are not eligible for plan enrollment, period, and then we can change that in the future as time permits.
Can't you just remove the whole thing and we then do
Well,
an addendum?
I would suggest that we do that because it makes it clear that it does not apply to them.
Newly hired full.
So newly
not-
hired
are
employees
not-
are not eligible for plan enrollment.
Well, I guess they would be eligible for
They would be.
plan enrollment, they just
Just
would-
not
just
matching.
Not the match.
But the whole title of the policy is matching. It's called the Deferred Matching Program. It's underlined at the very top. So the whole this whole statement is about matching. I would just take out, I mean, if we could, I'd just take out newly hired employees are eligible.
Well, no, I like the definition, but I
Yeah.
think it should be newly hired full-time employees are not eligible for the plan enrollment period, and remove following successful completion of a 90-day
Uh-huh.
probational period.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's just add that language, then it's crystal clear. Then we can come back at a later date and address new hires.
And get the answers from the
Yes.
nationwide, or whatever.
So, council, you understand what we're asking for?
Okay, so we're adding existing to the first sentence, adding not eligible, and then do you agree that, and then period after enrollment and removing following successful
Period
complete-
after enrollment, let's see, so it'd say newly hired full-time employees are not eligible for plan enrollment?
Period.
Period.
Following, and then following successful completion of a 90-day probationary period is just removed.
Correct.
Okay. All enrollment employees are subject to a maximum. Okay. Then receiving, okay. As part of our budget.
Okay, so guys, I like this. I think this is the right thing to bring back for a second reading.
And
Joe, you're not hiring, you don't have any job openings, but guys, we do need to have a new hire policy in here, but that's not pressing right now. The pressing thing is, it's long overdue, as Mr. Mendoza said, to offer our devoted
Yep.
existing employees who we're lucky to have this opportunity.
I'm wondering if it might be beneficial in case that there is somebody that, there is a change in, maybe we need to hire somebody. Unforeseen, we need to hire somebody. So maybe instead of the language that I had proposed, instead of, it would say newly hired full-time employees are eligible for plan enrollment following successful probationary period, but are not eligible for matching. So,
Oh, I see. You said that at the beginning. So they're allowed to enroll in the deferred
they can
program.
defer their own payment, but we're not going to, we're not going to match.
Until,
Can we put a timeline in there if we
Well,
all
no,
agree?
but with the idea, Joe, that we're going to have probably a 2160.42 about new hires and the vesting definition.
okay.
That's where that's where we want to go, correct?
That's
Where New
right.
hire
Well, then-
vesting definition.
Well, then, that means 2160.41 would be deferred matching program existing employees. I don't know. if it's-
Then it might be .41A or something.
Or it's
because-
just a red line.
Yeah, or we just change it
We just change it, yeah.
and have 3 reads after.
And we change it quickly. But let's not lose momentum.
Okay, Joe?
I've lost a little bit.
Well, we're defining, we're giving our existing current full-time employments a deferred matching program.
Right.
Okay? We're just not comfortable with the vesting definition, right? And since we're not planning on hiring any full-time in the next, I don't
2
know,
months.
2 months, or before we get this process going, because there's going to be a vesting period for them, right? And it's going to be, I would think, at least a year, right? So we have a little bit of time to develop a new hire deferred matching program.
We just need to define new hire vesting.
Yeah. Okay, so Scott, what did your last recommendation?
Okay.
Can you read it?
So it would it would be solely to amend the first 2 sentences.
Okay.
And we'd only be adding a few words. So it would state, the employer deferred matching program offers existing full-time employees up to a 3% deferred employer match on gross salary, overtime not included.
Okay.
Newly hired, so really that's only adding 1 word. And then the second sentence would be newly hired full-time employees are eligible for plan enrollment following successful completion of the 90-day probationary period, but are not eligible for matching.
Okay. Everything else would stay the same. I got a question. Do we need to put a date to define, because as of, I mean, I understand the new hire, but it no, so we don't have to date this as of
But
September 20, or as of August, as of the third
So
reading.
you're saying employees hired after X date? Is
Yeah,
that-
do we need to put that, or is it self-evident in what you just, existing as of what date? Upon the third read?
I see.
If Mr. Mendoza hires somebody tomorrow for full-time, are they new hire, or are they, because we're in the middle of our read? I'm just asking, because you're the attorney, do we need to put a date in there?
We can pick a date if we want to. So offers full-time employee, current, existing full-time, let's see, full-time employees existing on the date this policy became effective, or do we want to say that?
I don't know.
Once it
Is it
passes?
needed?
I don't think so.
Because isn't the date implied by the day that,
The
as
policy's in
president, I
effect.
signed the policy?
Yes.
And I date the policy at that point?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, and then plus, actually looking on the bottom of this, it's going to say the amendment and a date.
Well, between the first and second reading, there is no policy.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, all right, just asking a stupid question, so I just, okay.
So, all right, so then at this point, what I heard was two things. Number one, there's general agreement as to the proposed amendments. And then number two, that there's direction to staff to do investigation and then return with, at the next meeting, with either revisions or a proposed alternate policy at that point.
I believe so.
Well, I believe the investigation would include staff making arrangements to have the nationwide representative come out and meet with the contracts committee, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then this continues, first read, second read, third read, this.
Correct.
Are amended.
If we have a motion to approve the language that I read into the record, then this would count as our first reading.
Okay. And I actually want to, Mr. Mendoza, with Nationwide, I want to open it up to a special meeting for the entire board, and if they can't make it, it will just be a committee.
Okay.
So in other words, so everyone gets to hear the same exact thing. it
When
will
you
be a
say
s-
special meeting, you don't mean our next board meeting?
No,
You mean
a special meeting,
in between, maybe?
yeah, yeah. And it's up to, if you can't make it, you can't make it. If we don't have a quorum, it becomes a committee.
Okay.
But I want to open it up for everyone to have a seat at the table.
They just want nationwide.
Okay.
Okay, so.
I'll make a motion to
Thank you.
approve the first reading. Oh, you already did?
No,
Oh.
he said thank you.
I
As
said
Scott-
thank you for making the motion.
Oh, as Scott has read moments ago.
He shook his head. That's
That's
a
good
good
enough?
motion. That's a good motion.
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? No? Okay. 5-0.
Okay.
Now that brings us to G4, review and discuss recommendations from the Personnel and Contract Administrative Committee. Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you. President Maynard, members of the board, as you recall, we met with the Personnel and Contracts Administration Committee on June 20th, and attached is an agenda for that meeting. On that agenda, we discussed the LAGSL MOU, we discussed the renewal of Happy Hour Fit Club, we discussed the professional consulting service agreement between the district and our financial services consultant, and we discussed our contract renewal with Michael Eugene Renessis. He is our tree fine hearing officer. So let me take the last three contracts first. The Happy Hour Fit Club, the Government Financial Services, and Michael Eugene Renessis The board, the contract committee agreed to the terms of those contracts, and they'll be coming to the board in the August 24th meeting for approval and review, okay? So that's done. Then the major topic was LAGSL. And if you recall, the contracts committee meeting met and listened to input from LAGSL. We discussed a number of items, and I've drafted a punch list for our attorney to look over and to draw a new MOU up for consideration. He has that. I'll be happy to share it with the board. Tark went on vacation. He'll be coming up with that pretty soon. But in lieu of time, we decided to stay with the current MOU and allow LAGSL to move on with a fall program that's coming up. And we will be monitoring and watching that program, and then we will be coming back to the board with the draft MOU and input from LAGSL, and with the idea that we'd have something in effect for their spring-summer 25 season. So if there's any alterations in MOU at that time, that's when it would be in effect. So we will be meeting with a final document with the Board of Directors at the December 10th meeting. So prior to that, we will
What
be...
date did you just say?
December 10th, we will be coming back to
September or December?
December.
December, okay.
December. So we will be setting up meetings prior to that with the committee, and we will be reviewing the new MOU and making adjustments to it and getting input from LAGSL, and we hope to have a new MOU before the board in December. Okay? So that concludes my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well, Tony, you are the chairman of this committee. Do you have anything you want to say?
The first thing on the Fit Club, we did raise the hourly rate consistent with our increased fees of 5%, Joe?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think it went up 10 cents. So just wanted to put that there, so there's no, someone's not getting a better deal, and everything's going up just a little bit. 5% this year, and how Mr. Mendoza is suggesting that it's like just like we get our cost of living adjustments on our contracts. His recommendation is it's 5% now, 3% or thereabouts thereafter, correct?
So it would be approved every year, but...
Correct.
But no, I guess my recommendation, I believe, was to incrementally move it up 5% each year. But that 5% would have to be approved by the board anywhere during the budget process, so it can vary.
Yeah. And so those are on item 2, 3, and 4. That's the... Yeah, we went through those contracts. They're pretty much the same. The item 1, there were, again, so Mr. Mendoza, if you read this, certainly it was in our agenda. This isn't in our agenda tonight, is it? The agenda that we had for C1 of our contracts agenda? Is it in our, no, it's not. Okay. So Mr. Mendoza put together, so this was, this was on our website and before the meeting. And I can tell you that the folks from the softball, Los Al Softball League, were afraid that we were kicking them off out of the park. And, again, they got that way because it was like spun that Mr. Mendoza is suggesting that, we want to get rid of the softball. And we had to assure them, because there was a bunch of people there at this meeting, and they were very concerned that they were going to get kicked out. And it goes back to and why we should have open meetings and why it's better to go through a vetting process to where we can all discuss this. Because I'm going back to my original statement with the curb, the red curb. Several of the individuals, okay, that are calling for this pickleball is causing so many problems with parking, not only have no problem with the impact of the softball league, okay, which Mr. Mendoza is trying to mitigate some. They have no problem with that. In fact, they spun it to where when Joe says it is recommended that the field usage and games played be adjusted down 30 to 50%. He's there, he's been there for the last 6 or 7 years. He sees it. He's just suggesting to us, hey, we should consider this. That's my recommendation. Of course, it's us that are going to decide this MOU. But that was spun as we wanted to get rid of softball. Okay?
Well, I think it was spun, and even in the newspaper, that we were wanting to shut down softball and girls couldn't play. That doesn't mean they can't play. That means they just play at an alternate field, that's all. Nobody's shutting down girls softball.
But the whole social media and spinning and writing articles that are so disingenuous, because one of the persons who wrote an article was here, and he heard what Tony and I had to say. We're not recommending gutting your league at all.
Yeah.
We just want to cooperate. The whole reason we had the committee is the last time we signed this measure of understanding was 2011, over 15 years ago. It's time to look at our contract, review it, and make it relevant, because I can tell you the decline of softball is on the older kids because of club ball. But what has grown dramatically is the 8 and under.
Yep.
So there was this one story of, oh, it's on decline. Well, yeah, on that age group, but it's actually up if you look at this group. So we just need to get aligned. We even talked, can you put a little emblem of a Rossmoor logo on your thing? Because you're having all your games in Rossmoor. So they were very open to it, but the first thing we had to do was quell fear, because there was so much fear entering a meeting to preliminary, just put it on the table that, guys, this is 15 years old.
I have to say that, in defense of them being at this meeting and seeing all the dialogue that was going out with all of us up here, I would have probably felt threatened too, because it was like we were putting a lot of well, they haven't done this and we haven't done that and we need to see it. So it probably brought that on, and I'm sure that's where it started.
It started with us?
I think it started with us, because I think our language and the things that we were saying that we need from them may have contributed to that feeling of, well, are they going to boot us out, or what's going on?
Director Shade,
I can't think that we're innocent on that.
I want to understand wait a minute, I'm confused. We had a committee meeting, we're going over the MOU, okay? We put it out as a public document 72 hours before. It's not in this agenda, it's right here. These are the 2 pages of recommendations from Mr. Mendoza. And in no way, shape, and form does it say that its concerns about impacts, again, we haven't had, they don't come every year. We don't have a 2-year contract, okay? Maybe we should. So everything is open.
I'm not saying anything that we said was...
But you said we kind of brought this on, and I...
Well, I'm not saying it, what he perceived us up here...
Who's he?
The guy that was here.
Okay.
You just said there was somebody here during that...
During the committee, there was a ton.
This is at a committee meeting.
Okay, during the committee meeting.
During the committee, we had a ton
During the committee
of their
meeting,
direct, not a ton,
they
5
picked
or
up
6
something that was said that
from
was...
social media.
Well,
I don't know if it was from
Listen,
social
No,
I
it
think
was-
you take an 11-year-old contract, and no matter...
15-year.
Sorry, 15-year contract.
And you upgrade it.
And no matter how you would describe wanting to review it, it would be interpreted as
Right.
a risk to the organization who
Right.
had that contract.
Yeah.
Right. So it's...
But we dispelled it. I thought we did a decent job of
I'm
going...
sure you did. I have no
because
doubt in
there
my mind.
shouldn't
And
be
it
fear.
needed to be
Yeah.
without, there's no question that it needed to be updated. I'm just saying that that's probably where it stemmed from.
I think what it was is someone saw that the agenda being
It's brought on
posted
up
in
here.
advance.
No,
It went to
I-
nextdoorneighbor.com
No,
and stirred
no,
some stuff up.
I don't, listen,
Yeah. I don't do social
so,
media just for
so
that reason.
my pulpit isn't social media,
Yeah.
okay? This is where I can talk, and I'm
Yeah.
talking to my community, and I'm talking with this board. So, this was spun negatively, okay, as if we wanted, again, we're having an open meeting like we always have. Everyone's invited, okay? If we need, and this isn't a rash decision. We're saying by December, okay, we can kick it down further. We haven't had we have this high standard on these contracts every 2 years, but when it comes to certain things, we can go 15 years, so no, what happened, because I read the posts, is this 30%, again, recommendation, because, and Mr. Mendoza, I'll just restate what Mr. Mendoza is advising the committee. We don't have a recommendation yet, okay, because we're still negotiating. But the advice is you call it, this is a district, LoSal district, really softball league, that every single game is played at Rossmoor Park, okay? And we have several residents, but it could be at Rush Park too. We have several residents that hate one activity at our park, and they spin it to make us look bad, this board look bad, okay? And that's what happened. So they were irate. We had to calm them down. You guys aren't going anywhere. We just want to go over things like getting the snack shack for free. Okay, so 15 years ago, it was decided snack shack's free. Well, we maintain all of that. So when they use the refrigerator, the freezer, the ice machine, when it breaks, it costs $1,500 to fix. Okay, so they should rent it, shouldn't they? They're, they make money. So, or maybe they shouldn't, but we should talk about it.
Right.
And Mr. Mendoza's recommendation, and not ours, we haven't come, there is no recommendation from Michael and I yet, but his recommendation is, hey, you know what, there's kids, of course, outside of the district that play, but and there's been a strong history from this board, how many Rossmoor residents do you have in your league? Because, they're using our parks, and our parks are public, but they're using our parks, and we're allowing them we're contracting our parks, the ball fields to this organization. We're just asking a question, how many, residents? And I don't know if they came to us, they did not know. I don't think they did. Did they give us a number? I don't have it. I think they were.
They didn't have the meeting.
They did not have the meeting. So it's a question that has been asked on several entities in the past 10 years since I've been on the board. So we're not doing anything. We're having open discussions on a very old contract with a great sport, softball, a girls' softball. And again, we're being, I say, targeted almost, that we're doing something wrong. And it's to have Mr. Vardabedian, okay, come to that meeting and say that he's all for the softball, when he wrote a letter last year that stated he had a hard time parking or getting out of his driveway because of softball on one Saturday. Well, that's the same argument he's using for pickleball. So I just want the whole board to know that there is more going on, and we're not doing anything. Mr. Mendoza's not doing anything. He's doing his job and recommending what he's seen. Mr. Mendoza and staff is taking out their trash, because there's, as you can imagine, 3 consecutive games going on twice in a Saturday. There's a lot of trash. So there's a lot of maintenance, and we're talking about, renting the ball fields for, well, I don't know what they're doing now. What's
It's going to be, I think, $6.30 an hour or $6.40.
So we're not doing anything. We're trying to protect our parks, manage the activity, but at the same time, we don't want the softball league to go, and that's what we told them. We were able to, I think, calm.
Oh, we calmed them down.
Yeah, and we want to work with you, let's
Yeah.
continue, but trust me.
I think that's what we need to focus on.
Well,
I don't
but-
know what's going on social media. I have no idea. I mean, what you're
Well,
talking about
then-
next door. I'm not on next door. I don't really know.
I don't go either. I just know that when we talk to them, saying, my one question is, I
Right.
sense fear here. Where is this coming from?
Right.
And
I
that's
don't-
when they
I
said,
don't
well,
know.
on
Yeah.
social media, that social media, blah, blah, blah.
That's the
I'm
feedback
going,
you
no
got.
one's trying to kill your league.
Well, it
No
sounds
one's
like you
trying
calm-
to do.
it sounds like
So
you calm things down,
We
so.
calm things down, but here's the one problem that we have is we called things down. And he's already mentioned his name, but Ralph's at that meeting. And he was there and he saw how we calmed things down. But yet he still writes a letter to the editor saying that Rossmoor is trying to shut them down. And he was at our meeting.
Yep.
So that's, I mean, the nicest thing I could say is he's disingenuous. That's about as nice as I could say, but what, the pot that he is stirring on this is absolutely 100% wrong. He was at the meeting, and then he writes a story about how we're trying to do that. He was there. So when I see that kind of stuff, that's where I kind of go, okay, you know, I hear what I see what you're doing. I don't get it. Tony's theory is it's just all about pickleball. Maybe it is. He's still angry about that. But to come to our meeting, we did a really good job with the league itself, the entity that we're supposed to discuss. And then he turns around and writes an article that Rossmoor's trying to shut him down. And he knows damn well, excuse my language, because he was at our meeting. And for him to do that was wrong.
So
Yeah,
anyway.
I called it out.
Yeah.
It started, I wasn't going to, but what he did is wrong. It's divisive. He's picking, he's basically lying. He's basically lying because we were at the meeting and that's the things that he accused us of is not happening. It is a process. We want to work with the softball. And guys, I can put it out there. I was one in 2011 who actually signed didn't sign it, but I voted on the board in 2011 on that measure of understanding. So I'm a big proponent of athletes with kids, especially girls. So yeah, I'm a bit offended.
Yeah, so we're going to move forward with them and, you know, bring back to the board our recommendation to, you know, keep softball league there. They want to be there.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was discussed that even if we left, you know, a field open, someone else is going to swoop in and take that and have a game and stuff. So it makes sense to have it, you know, let's just say rented out to a league and have an understanding or a contract. But it's just, there are mitigation pieces that, again, Mr. Mendoza's out there, sees them every Saturday when the leagues happen, that we want to kind of talk through to make it, you know, advantageous on both sides.
Yeah. Now, just to know, in the interim, between now and the new draft of the measure of understanding, they do know that we increased our rates across the board for the public, which includes them. So they are paying a higher rate
But it's
for the
consistent.
fall season, and it's consistent with all the rate card that we adjusted as well. They are going to work on getting
That's
us
where I
their
thought
roster.
Maybe that was the issue, like the fear for them.
Well, we just raised rates for everyone,
Typical-
them
right,
too.
right,
And
right.
they
Understandably.
understood it, they understood it, which
Understandably.
was good. And then the other thing, as this 8 in U category is growing and getting bigger, we told them that one of the elements is, since it's happening in Rossmoor, and if registration ever starts tightening, that Rossmoor residents get preferred treatment in registration, since they're held at our parks. We already threw out that term, and they nodded their head on it.
Yep.
So that's all I have to say about
Yep.
this stuff.
So work in progress.
Very nice.
Any other questions about the contract meeting that we had? I think Tony did a good job summing up.
Yeah, on the, just for the LEGSL, was there contract approval by the committee?
No.
There's no contract.
There's no contract.
We're
Okay.
We asked them to come back with, we actually need real numbers of how many Rossmoor residents.
Okay.
But we also told them, and I was a little honest, saying, you know what, there's been years where we've had 0 complaints. And I was very honest with Mr. Mendoza. There are years where whoever the president or chairman of the league is, that they're a little bit more involved with the parents.
Yeah.
They clean up better. I think their past president was a little lax.
They need some Girl Scout.
We're actually, one of the things that I think I talked to Joe is, it'd be great, you know, to dictate in their preamble, not to add too much control, but I would really like the president of their board always to be a Rossmoor resident, because then they're gonna care about our parks a little bit more than some guy in Seal Beach who's running
Some
the
value.
softball, yeah, so,
And we discussed contacts for that day.
yeah.
No, you know, whoever is working, RCSD staff, knowing who's the contact for that day, which, again, probably happened years ago, but there's
Over time,
turnover.
yeah.
And it's not been happening to where an issue arises and you don't know who's in charge of the league. So we're talking about that, and so we're moving forward with some suggestive language, but we're still, again, Joe's estimating December, so we're still gonna have several meetings. They've already started their season. We're not adjusting anything for their season. We told them that, and it's just, we're gonna have an updated agreement.
Mhm.
Yep.
Sounds good.
It's needed. Okay, let's move forward to Section H, General Manager items.
Okay, thank you. President, Mayor, members of the board, I just have a few items I'd like to go over as a GM. It is getting hot, so we're putting out on social media that our West Room is open to the public for a cooling station. Anytime it gets hotter than 85 degrees, but we'll be flexible, and it'll be open and available, and we have signage and things like that
But
out
for
there.
people just to
We'll put
go
some,
and
we
sit
have some
inside?
games out there, we have water in there, yeah, and they can just sit and read or whatever, but very rarely do we get anybody to do it, but to use it, but there are a number of caregivers that bring kids to the park on strollers and things like that.
Okay.
And they have come in there numerous times and just, you know, we're able to cool off, okay? Because they usually bring their stroller here, and they're coming from all over the district, and it's a good walk, so it's not easy for them just to get up and walk back in the heat, so they do cool down in the room. It's kind of cool. CIP committee on July 20th to review the canopy project, and we'll be getting a report out to that on how much our architectural design will cost and a timeline on how to get the canopy put in at Rossmoor. Tree committee will meet
Do
on...
you have a target date in mind for starting the canopy?
I will outline that July 30th, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay. No, I don't, to answer the question, but there will be a timeline.
Okay.
Tree committee, same date, July 30th. We're going to review policies and a couple of requests of patrons for tree removals. Bray IT has upgraded our battery pack system and installed a new workstation for one of our field operators. Staff is researching purchase of a storage unit at Montecito Center. As you can see, we have this portable out here. We have a couple things in there. That's leaving this next couple weeks. And we're looking at, we measured Montecito Center today. We're looking at possibly buying a storage unit there that'll fit. Staff is purchasing installation of, we're looking at purchasing and installing sound material in the west room, in the east room, with the addition of the LVT vinyl floor. It's become an echo chamber, and we're getting a couple of costs. Some of it we might be able to do ourselves. I'm trying to compare the two, the contractor with a store with the stuff, but you can get it online almost, depending on what grade it is going to depend how effective it is. What else? Carolyn already gave you a brief update of the summary of comments recently received from pickleball patrons during her presentation, and I believe that concludes my report.
All right, thank you. Board member items. Start with Director Searles.
Yeah, so Mr. Mendoza, we discussed at the last festival how the vendor wasn't quite operating the alcohol booth as we had requested. So I just want to make sure that on Saturday, there isn't, the containers aren't walking outside of the beer garden.
Understood.
I guess I'm curious about the FNL practices. I know we have like camp going on right now, but what is our policy for teams having practices on the field here?
They reserve, FNL reserves through our reservation system. Jessica takes the input. Chris and I review it with her, and we either approve or alter their request.
Okay. It seems like we're having, and I'm very supportive of the use, but it seems like there's more flag football practices than I ever remember seeing that's taking place. So I just want to make sure we're getting those, revenues for that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I want to say thank you. I see that there's a QR code that was on the contracts and personnel agenda, and there's one on the posting outside. I don't know if there is one on the printed ones that we have here in the room, so I think we just would like to add that to next time. But overall, just thank you for adding that. I think that's great. And I do want to say, if you get a chance to check out the sheriff's new facilities, do so. It is really quite impressive. I was fortunate to get to go on the tour with Sheriff Barnes, and he really explained well what's going on with the sheriff's department. And the fact is, it's not just the sheriff's facility, it's all of the county's emergency structure. So the OCFA actually runs most of their communications out of that building. The county itself, that's their backbone communication. If things are going to go wrong, that's where everyone is going to get through their day. It has a 300-person training room, which is incredible, so that the sheriff's department isn't sending officers to Quantico or other facilities to learn, but rather 3 FBI or any counterterrorism training. The trainers come to us rather than sending 300 of us to them. So it's really a cost savings situation there. It was just great facility, and Sheriff Barnes did a great job with the tour. I know there's some concerns about the license plate readers. I saw them in action. Sheriff Barnes expressed that recently they had a situation where they were able to locate a car within 4 minutes because someone reported it, and they had 3 people sitting at desks who were able to look at cameras in 3 different directions of where that car was going, and they located the car in 4 minutes.
Wow.
And he said it's just that fundamentally simple. I know Dr. Barkey's quite, friendly with Sheriff Barnes. Sheriff Barnes is, great at explaining that the data is well concerned and protected by him. He doesn't enter an MOU with any other operation unless he feels that data is going to be secure. So I just got to say I was quite impressed and thankful for the county having the forethought to create such a great facility. I hope other counties.
Where is this facility again?
It's in Tustin, just north of the hangar,
Okay.
off of Red Hill.
All right.
The last thing would be Joe and Carolyn, and I guess this is for the board to kind of give approval or not, is the idea of promoting Ms. Vu's car fit program. I hope that the district will put out a flyer for her using the social media as we do, but that's within your discretion. But I think that sounds like a
we're
great-
going to put that out, and it's going to be part of our program.
Well, great.
Because it's that Thursday that we'd be putting an event on, and we have a database and a mailing list that will be.
Excellent. So thank you, and that's what I have.
Thanks. Director DeMarco.
Okay. Carolyn, can you keep the community and us informed with all of Public Works, all this general plan, and just try to get it, because this is complicated stuff, and they tend to, it's like, give us your opinion, and if no one gives their opinion, because they answer every question, the counties do, but, we're all busy, and this is kind of happening over there, but it really affects us, so just like the QR code, hey, for the email, to get emails about upcoming, and the other thing too, Joe, is asking them back, periodically, especially now when they're developing this plan, because I know a lot of people are concerned with our corner and pretty much all of our space here in Rossmoor. So that's about it. Appreciate the captain coming. I appreciate them coming to give us the report. And Chris doing a great job. Staff's doing a great job on our events. A lot of people are coming to our events, which is fantastic. And lastly, I know Jody Ravanas got in a very bad bike accident, so our prayers are with Jody to make a speedy recovery. So that's it. Thank you.
Director Shade.
Well, I loved having the Friday Night Lights kids here tonight. That was great. Nice change of pace, and I love those guys, so they're fantastic. And our support is hugely important with them. So the whole housing element thing is a concern, and I'm glad Director DeMarco mentioned bringing them back on a regular basis, because we do need to keep our community updated as to what's going on with them. There's a lot of concern with that. There's a lot of chitter chatter, and sometimes it goes wayside because they're not forefront, but it's like important for us to stay in tune with that. The organization, I appreciate you reaching out and partnering with Vicki on her American College career thing that she's got going on. That whole program, she is an amazing community leader and someone that has just absolutely set the standard when it comes to how to be involved with your community and friends and family, and everybody around her is just amazing. So I appreciate you partnering with her. If you didn't read Rossmoor Living magazine, she's on the cover with her family, and there's a great story. I urge you to check it out. Chris and his team for the events that they put on are outstanding. Last week was the first time I had ever been to Shakespeare. I went both nights, and I will absolutely be supporting that group 100%. They're just an amazing group, and I enjoyed it immensely, and there was a huge amount of people there, and I never anticipated that. I was completely stunned. I didn't realize it was that popular. I felt, really embarrassed not knowing that ahead of time. That being said, I appreciate everything that they do for our community with all the events that they do. So really, that's about it.
Director Bark.
Thank you.
Nothing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to start with Friday Night Lights. Obviously, great to see kids, great to see little dancers. Reminds me when my kids were that age. But to kind of tag team what Director Searle says, coming in this direction the last couple of times, I have seen a big amount of kids having their practice for flag football. And the first thing that went to my head when you see all those kids, what kind of cleats are they wearing, and are they doing damage to our parks? We've already given them access this year, but I am counting on you, Mr. Mendoza, to evaluate the turf, and is it appropriate in the future, not canceling any Friday Night Lights now, but if it does have an extreme wear and tear, because I used to play football, and depending on the kind of cleats that they play in their league, please make recommendations if it's suitable for them at our parks to tear it up, because there are other places that they can go to, schools, other places. I really hope that our parks don't get damaged by the increased amount of people that I'm sensing, along with Director Searles, practicing out here. when you get that amount of kids in the cleats on our turf, I am concerned. So please keep an eye on that and report back to us at the end of this season if it's appropriate for them to continue. I'd love to hear, Michael, you're thinking old school screw-on cleats. These kids play soccer cleats. There's no issue. It's the same thing as other. That's what I'm hoping to hear, but I am concerned. Next up is, it's always great to have our captain of our sheriff come in here. A couple little notes that I took, and I'm just going to sum up. We are all in this together. We need everyone's constant help to keep Rossmoor safe. And one of the things that the captain said is call the sheriff first. So I want to echo that and remind people, you see something, call the sheriff. You might be wrong, but why risk it? Why in doubt? And then another thing here in my notes, it says, let's be a harder community to target. So the challenge there again, as citizens of Rossmoor, if you see something, call it out, call the sheriff, but also crimes of opportunity. If you don't have a lock on your own gates to your own house, shame on you, because most of the robberies, they go in the backyard, they go up, and if they can't get in the door, they go to the next house until they can. So don't be a victim. Be hard to target with lights, with locks, with good neighborhood watch. So we're all in our safety. Let's help our sheriffs out. So that's all I have, which leads us to our council. Well, actually, no, we have a general session, guys, a closed session, I should say. So let's take a 5-minute break and meet in the West Room.
We're going to meet in the kitchen.
We're going to meet in the kitchen. How quaint. So our closed session is in the kitchen. Everyone take a little 5-minute break. We'll see you there, and then we'll come back. So. We are back. We were in a closed session. Scott, can you please summarize what took place?
So we met in closed session on the first agenda item. There was discussion. There's no reportable action taken. The second item, that did not occur, so obviously there's no reportable action on that as well.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'd like to adjourn this meeting. Everyone have a great evening.